No Elijah Campbell tonight. Justin Hall with you, though. Cale Wilson as well on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission. You want games? We got games. Unbelievable matchups tonight all across the state of South Carolina. I don't even know where to begin. Let's try to wrap our minds around the 5 biggest games of the night if we can. I was on with Tyler on the Extra Point around 10:15 this morning talking about these. I have to whittle it down to 5 because we only have a certain amount of time on that segment of the program. Greenville is at Greenwood. Burns is at Gaffney. Ridgeview is at Lugoff-Elgin. Dutch Fork is at White Knoll. James Island is at Somerville. How about this, though? Lucy Beckham is at Stratford is at Lucy Beckham. Oceanside Collegiate is at North Charleston. Scotts Branch is at Cross. Berkeley is at Goose Creek. Orangeburg-Wilkinson is at Hanahan. Walkama's 5-1. They're at Loris, who's 6-0. The battling Bishops of Bishop England, coming off of a loss last week, they're 5-1. They got to go down and take on May River, who's also 5-1. And, of course, James Island is at Somerville. That's just the low country, folks. That's just the southern part of the state. You want me to keep going? I can. The biggest game of the Midlands is Dutch Forks at White Knoll tonight. That game, I drove over here to the studio, but I can tell you that game's taking place about a mile from my house. And my wife and daughter will be hearing the PA for much of the evening. Hopefully not too much. How about more great games in the Midlands, though? Pillion is at Saluda. Ridgeview is at Lugoff-Elgin, as I mentioned earlier. Newberry is 7-0 and looking for their first 8-0 start since, I believe, 2018. They're at Fox Creek, who's no pushover. Fox Creek is 5-1 on the season. Irmo has traveled over to River Bluff. Big-time matchup in that region. They're taking on a 3-3 River Bluff team. AC Flora trying to keep it going at 6-1. They're at Ridgeland Northeast. Again, that's just in the Midlands. You want to go to the PD? Let's go to the PD. How about this one? Crestwood, the Fighting John Morants, are at Hartsville tonight. No one just walks into Kellytown and expects to come out with a win, but should be a great ball game there. Had a good one last night over at Wilson. Lower Richland got the win there. And then in the upstate, and this is where, Cale, we can start really chatting about these games, because the biggest game, in my opinion, in the upstate is Burns at Gaffney, because no game is normal on the reservation, and Gaffney, after a 1-2 start, 3 straight wins in the region, they're sitting at 4-2, welcoming in the Rebels.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a down year, you can never underestimate a program like Gaffney. That team, that program, for as long as I've been alive, and I'm 23 years old, has been a force to be reckoned with. And even when they go through some down years, they're still one of the toughest teams to play in the state.
I've got you by 7 years, and I can tell you those 7 years don't make much of a difference to your point. There are still other great games. Greenville's 5-1, and when you talk about high school football, you talk about the matriculation, you talk about ebbs and flows in population, you get a crop of kids that come in and they really just play well, and then they graduate, and then you go through a dip. Well, Greenville's had that. Mazio Bennett wasn't walking through that door last year, if you will, but they're 5-1, and they're going to Greenwood, a big region matchup in Region 1 5A. Because in that region, Greenville currently sitting atop at a 3-0 record. So is T.L. Hanna. T.L. Hanna already has a win over Greenwood. Greenwood with a loss tonight is out of the region championship picture in Region 1 5A. That's a great ball game. I've got more for you. I can't believe this. Christ Church is at Powdersville. The fact that we're not talking about that game statewide as a potential game of the week, that's a really good ball game and a really good matchup. May I remind folks that Powdersville went to Abbeville and beat Abbeville?
Abbeville's no slouch.
No, they're not. Batesburg-Leesville did that last year, and look what happened with Batesburg-Leesville last year. I can continue. How about this game? Dorman, 5-1, coming off of the win over Burns, is at Spartanburg. Spartanburg 3-3. It's off to a slow start. Kind of getting it back in form. They're 2-1 in the region. But Dorman, let's look at that region real quick. Region 2, 5A. So Gaffney is hosting Burns. Gaffney is 3-0 in the region. Cale, so is Dorman. How about this, though? How about this from the Dorman Cavaliers? You ready? Dorman has scored 203 points on offense this season. I'm looking for teams that have scored more. Northwestern, obviously. Irmo, obviously. 203 is not a bad number through 6 games.
No, not at all. That's I'd say that's a lot better than not bad. I'd say that's actually phenomenal.
Well, I'll give you a stat that I think would be even better, and that is that their defense in those 6 games has surrendered 73 points. So a little over 11 points per game given up defensively by the Dorman Cavaliers.
That is arguably a top 10 defense in the state. The only defense that I have seen that I can recall off the top of my head that's better is South Point.
That's fair. And South Point
came off a win last night. They beat York 41-0.
They did, and that zero I'm factoring in here. Let me get to South Point here. So after last night, and again, I say this, don't do math on the radio. They're now 6-1 and 3-0 in region. They scored 41 points last night. So that puts them to 179 on offense and 69 on defense. Now, I've got a team that's given up less points per game than that in the state, and that's Indian Land. And I will continue to stand on the table and let you know that Indian Land should be ranked. And they got a big game tonight. I'm looking over here, make sure I get to my numbers here. Indian Land is on the road, I do believe, tonight. I'm trying to find them.
Dude, I can't wait for that game. I'll let you say who they play. But
they're at Catawba Ridge.
Yeah. Sequel Patterson is going to be lining up against Josh Dobson.
Okay, see, here's the problem. This is the kind of night, Kale, where, let's set the scene, it's not hot anymore. That's number one. It's not hot. You're not sweating profusely. And I just listed probably 20 games across the state that you could look at and go, wow, that's a really good football game. And it's a really good matchup. And not saying that all of them are going to, listen, if all of them pan out, then Elijah Campbell's going to be kicking himself for taking that trip to Baton Rouge to cover the game tomorrow. Because he'd want to be here. Maybe not.
We in a way, we have a front row seat. In a way.
We do, but this is the kind of night where I'd like to clone myself.
And go to all these games.
Or take this thing on the road. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's where, well, first of all, never mind. I don't want to take it on the road because I would regret where I went. Right?
No matter where you go.
It's like, I got a call from a friend, coworker actually, last year. And at that point, it was the beginning of November 2024. So my daughter was 7 months old, maybe 8 months old. And we had still not gotten a full night of sleep yet. And he calls me and says, hey, I've got tickets to the South Carolina-Texas A&M game. Do you want to go? Do you want them? And I, being a dutiful husband and father, said, you know what, man? I appreciate it. Thank you. It's a night game. If it were a nooner, I'd be there. But it's a night game. I was already in the studio last night doing the high school scoreboard show. I can't. I appreciate it, though. He didn't tell me that they were tickets in a suite.
Oh, they were in a suite?
And of course, he couldn't have known what happened. Because not only were they suite seats, SWEET, but also SUITE. But South Carolina played their best game of the season at that point all around in a winning effort, and they stormed the field.
Oh, I feel so bad for you.
You kick yourself for things like that. So I would feel the same way if I had to pick a game to go to tonight. Now, convenience-wise, White Knoll is literally a stone's throw from my house. In Southern vernacular, it's as the crow flies that way, and you'd be there quickly. But there are a lot of to that point, there are a lot of great games tonight. We got a top 10 look across the state from the media poll. I've got updates on the Patriot League. Elijah Campbell's not here, as we've mentioned. He is in Baton Rouge, as a red stick, as I like to call it. That's what Baton Rouge means. It means red stick. Getting ready for some game tomorrow between South Carolina and LSU that I'll mention a little bit later when we go through our look ahead to college football.
Talking about college football on the high school show? What are we doing?
Yeah, just for a segment. Well, here's what happens, Kale. You're usually on the road, so let me explain something to you. All these games go to halftime at the same time. It never fails. Well, in a way. Some of them get there quicker than others, but usually all these games are entering halftime or they're in halftime by the same time, and then you got no scores to talk about. You want to go through one time, then what do we do now? So we will take a look, probably around 8:30.
Look at the South Carolina versus LSU. Take a check at the college games that are going on tonight.
Yeah, there aren't many great ones tonight.
I will tell you,
North Texas might be a decent one with South Florida.
So I'm if you're not watching the YouTube stream, I've got my computer over here. I got 2 high school games pulled up.
There you go.
Live streams.
There you go.
And then I'm gonna have 4 college games in a multi-view.
Welcome to it, brother. It's a Friday night in the fall. By the way, it just so happens there is no playoff baseball tonight that I'm aware of. There might be one game. I don't think there is. Okay, so typically around this time, we're getting to October, you're talking about all these games on the high school side. You're talking about legitimate college football games on Fridays now because the Big Ten and the ACC and the Big 12 just don't respect the sanctity of high school football. Oh, by the way, on ESPN,
how dare they?
On ESPN tonight, you got the Las Vegas Aces and Asia Wilson, whomst I believe to be the greatest professional athlete to not only come out of the University of South Carolina, but to come out of the state of South Carolina. She's going for yet another, and her team are going for yet another WNBA title. She could probably win an NBA title at this point. They'll be playing that game tonight. They lead the series 3-0 over the Phoenix Mercury, who I just learned about last week. I'd imagine they win game 4 tonight. I could be wrong. Oh, I did forget to mention Rock Hill, the Bearcats, having a Renaissance-type year. They're playing Nation Ford tonight. That should be a great game.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say there is not going to be much defense.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bet. But Coach Bullware's doing a great job. Coach Leon Bullware up there at Rock Hill is doing a great job. He's really turned that program around. Jake Bentley in his first stint as a head coach, and again, his dad was a head coach at Burns for a while. Bobby Bentley, you might have heard of him. But again, there are a lot of great games tonight, a lot of things to get into. The Undefeated Club is coming up because we do have some significant news from the Undefeated Club, and that is the club is getting much smaller. The club stays the same size. The rooms are the same size. It's just the occupants of said room become fewer and fewer. Mr. Campbell's not here tonight. He's in Baton Rouge, but Ed Bird's always keeping tabs on the Undefeated Club. So we'll get into that. The Patriot League has movement. As I look here, I can tell you that we do have a clear and away leader in the clubhouse in the in the Patriot League. Now, Kale, I don't know how much you know about this, but we'll get into this later. The Patriot League, we have taken 4 4-team divisions, so 16 teams, and we have aligned them based on a Revolutionary War general who fought battles in this state. And we took the schools from around those battles and put them in regions. So we have the William Moultrie Division, the Andrew Pickens Division, the Francis Marion Division, and the Thomas Sumter Division. And the way you win it is who's got the best record. And tiebreaker is points scored. That's how we're doing that. I can tell you we do have a clear and away winner, but not by much, because this is going to get really good. We'll get into the Patriot League a little bit later. We'll get in the Undefeated Club later. We got the top 10. We've also got an interview coming up with Jason Kendall. Jason Kendall, by the way, a couple of weeks ago, we talked to head coach Marlon Taylor of the Laura Richland Diamond Hornets. And Laura Richland did get a win last night. I want to hit the scoreboard here in a second. But Jason Kendall and Kendall Projects is doing a series on Laura Richland. It's called Underestimated. 4th Down and Forever, a Laura Richland football story. And this is really interesting, and I'm really excited for you guys to hear the conversation that Jason and I had yesterday. It's fascinating the work he's doing to highlight this team specifically and this program and this community specifically. Because when you look across Richland County and Lexington County and really in the Midlands, Laura Richland's one of those teams that gets kind of left off over here in the back. But if you look at their history as a program and as a school, the bona fide talents that have come out of that school in a multitude of areas, in the arts and the athletics, whatever, it's a who's who of alumni from Laura Richland. So really excited for you guys to hear that conversation. You will hear that conversation with Jason Kendall next on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. All with you on the game, joined by Jason Kendall of Kendall Projects. And Jason is working on something that we actually talked with Coach Marlon Taylor at Lower Richland about just a couple of weeks ago when Elijah sat down with the head coach of the Diamond Hornets. Jason, tell the folks who are listening tonight and maybe listening down the road, what exactly you're working on over at Lower Richland.
Well, we had an opportunity to spend some time with Lower Richland last year to do some test footage. We were trying to move from doing more college-based storytelling and corporate-based storytelling to high school football. And we did 3 test episodes for Lower Richland, about each of them being about 15 minutes long, and the story just really kind of jumped off the screen. And so we decided to pitch them to do a full-length documentary series this season for several reasons, mainly because they have 25 seniors on their team this year, and a set of staff that have been with those seniors for almost 5 years. A lot of the staff was actually started with those kids when they were in 8th grade, and they have followed them on into the high school career. So they've been together for 5 years, most of them, and the story of a set of, lack of a better word, underdogs, I think is probably the best underdog story in the state right now. And we're calling it underestimated just because I think those kids are completely underestimated. The program is underestimated, and the set of circumstances they're trying to fight against is really unique in a lot of different ways, both for where the community is, where the school is, and the history of the program, and where they're trying to come, how far they're trying to come back to that legacy of the program. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
And they have a rich history for sure. I think if you've ever been inside of Lower Richland, if you make the trip down to Hopkins, you'll see just within their auditorium the distinguished alumni that have come out of that school. It's pretty impressive, and that a lot of that goes back to when they were considered the Diamonds and not the Diamond Hornets, which I'll always know them as the Diamonds. But when I heard about this project, and I heard about it before our conversation with Coach Taylor, but then I really started to put the pieces together a little bit. And my immediate reaction, and we talked about this before we came on air, my immediate reaction, ashamedly, was Lower Richland, not, and I'm thinking of a Midland school, not Flora, not Dreer, not Irmo, not Dutch Fort. So you mentioned a little bit of that just a few seconds ago, but compared to those others, how important is it to get the story of an organization, a community, a school, a program like Lower Richland out over, not necessarily that they're more important, but over the programs you always hear about?
Sure. Those programs you mentioned also are, their stories are important.
Mm-hmm.
Me being a former high school football program in the area many years ago, I understand how the rich traditions for all these programs to tell their stories, how important that is.
Mm-hmm.
Lower Richland has, the first thing that really drove me to Lower Richland, I really believe as a high school football fan, I don't think they should be a 4A. One, I think they're miscategorized. I think they're in the wrong region. Their bye week is the last week of the season.
Insanity,
right? And then as you start the new transfer rule that went on this year, they did not gain a single kid from the transfer. They lost about 12 kids from the transfer rule going to those other schools that you're talking about. So their back is against the wall in so many different ways. And after talking to Coach Taylor and really spending time last season with the kids that would be seniors this year, some of those kids, their great and great-great-grandparents went to school there, and they're carrying on this tradition of being, alumni of Lower Richland. It was just this heartfelt underdog story again that I just had to dig into and figure out how we can make this happen.
I think that's what's so important, and what people miss often is the heart behind high school football in this state and high school athletics in this state. Obviously, Aspen Bulware from Gray Collegiate just committed to play softball at the University of South Carolina. She's the #1 commit in the country when it comes to softball. So there are stories like this all around. Yeah. But the connection for many is it's Friday night. And my grandparents went to Lower Richland, and I've been going to games since I was a kid. And then I went there, and I played there, and now my kids are in elementary and middle school, but they're going to matriculate up to that school. And fill in the blank. We're talking LR, but fill in the blank at whatever,
Absolutely.
at whatever town. And that's what's so important. And I believe that's why I'm so glad that you're doing something like this in a high-quality manner, is connecting community to team, and then taking that community and that team and connecting it to the state at large.
Right.
Because these are stories, if you're rooted in the upstate, you're going to hear about Burns, Dorman, Gaffney, Northwestern, Spartanburg, J.L. Mann, Greenville, Riverside, Greenwood.
Yep.
I just rattled off about 10.
Yep.
You're not going to hear about Lower Richland.
Correct. And I think that's exactly right. And another thing that we've, us being, big football fans and watching the trajectory of how the sport is changing, these stories are going to go away. I mean, I may be wrong in this, but this idea of transferring, I think it's not going away. I think the ability for high school kids to move schools according to programs, I don't think that challenge is going to go away. And I think that you having a group of 25 seniors on a football team is going to be rare, if ever happen again in this kind of situation. So, yeah, I think there are several other great stories happening around the state right now that I wish I could be telling as well. We can talk about those too, but it's a home. It's close to my house. It's not. I can dig in. I can get to know the community. Now I feel like I'm actually part of the team. I've been with them for almost 2 years now, and it's just been a great experience diving in to their story. I think they've overcome incredibly large challenges to have the season that they've had so far, and even going into this week against Wilson tonight, their challenges are just mounting, and then they're going to play, they're going to end up playing South Florence the last game of the season, which is, David and Goliath stories always exist, and, but, to be a giant killer on that last game of the season is going to, require an act of God.
Yeah, and you mentioned the region, and I know we're talking about the media product, but I just want to put out that it's insanity that Lower Richland is in the same region as Darlington and South Florence.
Correct.
I find it almost absurd. I'm
or even
close to
Batesburg,
absurd.
Leesville as well. That's another one.
Yeah, it's a very weird setup. Okay, so let's get to, obviously, on social media, folks can find you guys on X at Kindle Projects on X, formerly known as Twitter, which it'll always be to me. How can people key in on what you're doing, and then how can they help in any way what you guys are doing?
Okay, so everything's Kindle Projects is one word, all lowercase, KENDALL projects, plural. .com is our website. Everything's also on there, all links to all our socials, all that. On IG, too, that's Kindle Projects Media and Design. Facebook, Kindle Projects Media and Design. It's all the same. Again, you can go to the website and jump over to any of our stuff. We do have a weekly blog, too, we post. Just about a process we're going through, what our hopes are for the company, what we hope to accomplish by telling these, what we're calling it is we're thinking about what we're doing as a ministry for courageous storytelling, offering insight into stories, young men's stories, or young people, young athletes stories that may or may not be able to be told. Right now we've gone into debt to tell this project on a lot of different ways, and we have just now started the fundraising process to finish the story. I'm basically doing the job of 4 or 5 production people, and then my wife is also doing the job of 4 other people that are trying to bring this story to the end in production. So we are wrapping up in a couple weeks, and then we've got to put this together and try to get it out. So we're trying to raise funds to do that. And so what that means is you can donate, and then as a private individual, you'll give you a tax credit on that. We're using a 501c to get that done. And also, we are looking for sponsors. We'll slap your name on this. We will do shoot spots for you to be part of this. We're trying to talk to Founders Bank right now because they're a big part of the second episode, because the boys go through a financial literacy class.
Awesome.
And we shot that with them. So KindleProjects.com, if you go to the underestimated series page, there is a link to our fundraising on there. And we are looking for sponsors and all that information to do that as well. And you can contact me through that page, all our pages as well.
I've seen a few of the clips. We had Coach Marlon Taylor in here a couple of weeks ago, and again, Justin Hall here with Jason Kendall of Kendall Projects talking about this docuseries on Laura Richland football that'll be coming out here relatively soon, we assume. And so we're excited about that. Underestimated the title of that series. We had Coach Marlon Taylor in here a couple of weeks ago. Your interactions with him, he is a bona fide football guy, in my opinion. We get coaches in here, and you can just tell that they're football guys. Yeah. What have been your interactions with him?
Coach Taylor is a giant teddy bear, man. He is. I love his style of coaching because he is definitely not a yell and scream type guy. He's a very much like a father figure. He talks to the kids. One of the biggest issues when you're doing a project like this is access. Mm-hmm. Coaches have always, in my experience, they're always weary of what you're going to do for them and how you're going to portray them. Coach Taylor really trusted me from the start last year. We did a spot for their 7-on-7 tournament last year, and he was like, okay, I see what you can do. Let's do whatever you want, really. And he has been so open and honest and forthright with how he's been able to allow me to tell his story, his coach's story, and the boys' story. And then he's given me everything that I need as far as access, and that's been really, really important.
Again, Jason Kendall with KendallProjects.com talking about the Underestimated series that'll be coming out, as they have been following Lower Richland football since the spring and on into the month of June, through the summer, through the fall, and who knows where that's going to end up with a playoff run for the Diamond Hornets here down the road. Jason, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Of course. We'll be getting these out. I'm going to start sharing some of these on my personal social, so make sure you follow me there on Twitter. We'll have more about that, and we'll talk more about this as the night rolls on. More of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission coming up on the game. Welcome back into the high school scoreboard show presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson with you on a Friday night on 107.5 The Game. In the Midlands of the state of South Carolina, got a lot of games they have just kicked off. Nearly every single one of them are in progress. I can tell you that I'm looking at a game between Myrtle Beach and Conway. Conway trails 7-6 because we do the leading score first in the United States of America. Conway is trailing by 1, but they are driving on Myrtle Beach, and they are inside the 10 with 5.5 to go in the first quarter. I'm trying to pull up Wando and Cane Bay. I've got that one pulled up now, so excited about that one.
I'd love to find out where you're getting these games at, because the only games I'm looking at right now I found on YouTube, and I mean, they're games, but
they're games.
It's AC Flora at, I think they're 5-1 now, at 0-7 R&E, and then 2-4 Lexington hosting 0-6 Chapin. The most compelling game, like the record wise, 3-4 Lawrence Manning at 1-6 Cardinal Newman. That's what I have pulled up on my computer.
Don't worry, I'll send them along to you. I'll make sure you get them, because these are what happens is you got. So usually there's a Midlands game that is streamed. It's broadcast on local television, but that was last night because Heathwood Hall got a win. Heathwood Hall, if I can flip to my Skeeza scores here and Skeeza records, they're really good, y'all.
They are. I was very surprised that they, because obviously in Skeeza 4A, the big dog that we all know about that has been the big dog for years.
Northwood Academy. Oh, sorry, yeah, Hammond.
Hammond, but yes, Hammond's lone loss is to Northwood Academy down in Charleston.
Yep.
Hammond only beat Heathwood 9-7, and that was a game-winning field goal.
And that's a game Heathwood Hall should have won. They had about 3 chances to put it in the bag.
I just heard about it after the game I had gone to. I don't even remember where I was at that week, but it was certainly interesting.
Hammond should not have won that game. They'll tell me they should have. I look at me, your local Hammond apologist.
I was about to say, I don't think I've ever heard you say that Hammond should lose a game.
They should have lost that game. Now, I will tell you, I've pulled up this Wando Cane Bay game. Whew. It's not raining here, but it's raining at Wando and Cane Bay. Good night. It is coming down in sheets down there in the low country. We get a little bit of that this weekend, but not to that level. Wando, a surprising 4-2 right now, but games are underway. I do want to tell you about a few scores that we had from last night. Thursday night football took place last night. South Florence took down Lakewood 49-0. Wilson fell to Lower Richland. The Diamond Hornets got the win 28-13. South Point took down York 41-0. Westwood's playing exceptionally well. Again, let me go to my Westwood now moves to 5-2 overall, 2-1 in the region. Hello. Look out for the Warhawks. They won last night over Spring Valley 31-0 in a bit of a rivalry game there.
It's actually the Red Hawks.
The Red Hawks, excuse me. I had it written down wrong, but the Red Hawks got the win last night 31-0 over the Vikings of Spring Valley, who snapped their losing streak, but have since sort of come back down to earth. I'll put it that way. Colby LaRocca is taking the field for the Cane Bay Cobras. Now, Cane Bay's 1-5, and so everyone's going to go, why are you watching this game? Well, first of all, Jamie Bradford, friend of the program, is a big Wando guy, so I want to make sure I support his Wando Warriors as often as I can, a.k.a. the Fighting Jamie Bradfords. And I'm sorry, but Cane Bay is a team that they had a game against White Knoll. They've challenged themselves outside of region that lended itself to that 1-5 record. That if you play a different slate of opponents, you might look a little different at this point in the season, 6 games in. Dutch Fork won the toss. They will get the ball first against White Knoll. And here's the conversation that Cale that I would like to have about this game, because this game shouldn't be high scoring, and I'm not going to do anything like setting over unders, because if you set over unders or if you pick lines in high school football, the number calls you. But I don't feel like the winning team has to score more than 17 in this ball game between Dutch Fork and White Knoll.
I'd have to agree with you. Both of these teams are phenomenal on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, Dutch Fork we've known for years, ever since Tom Knotts took over that program, has had an exceptional defense. And White Knoll in the last few years, I mean, when I was in high school, they were okay, but they were not nearly as good to the magnitude that they are now. And they are amazing on the defensive side of the ball now. So, and you know, they were the only region team, I think, this decade to have beaten Dutch Fork.
They are.
So, if
in most recent history, yeah,
yeah. So I'm expecting this game to be a pretty good one, actually. Remember we were talking before the show started, and you said, I think this will be the game of the week in the Midlands at the start of the show.
Yes.
Just at the start.
At the start, because I think, I don't know what White Knoll has offensively to stretch the field against Dutch Fork. Now, again, this is the same Dutch Fork team, struggle win against Ridgeview. They haven't put together a complete game yet. And I'm sorry, I'm putting that Chapin game kind of over here onto the side. No offense to Mark and our friends over in Chapin, but I'm not seeing it there. And they scored on the opening drive. Lou Bijak with an update on Twitter. Quentin Wilson from 11 yards out. It's 7-0 Dutch Fork with 8 minutes to go in the first quarters. That happened fast.
Well, that was very fast indeed.
Less than 4 minutes in.
I don't have any score updates, at least from the games I've been seeing yet, but I did want to say that Lawrence Manning, that Cardinal Newman game, Lawrence Manning game, Lawrence Manning fumbled on the second play of their first drive. Cardinal Newman recovered at their own 45, and they just had a 17-yard pass on third down to get inside the 30. So it's a Cardinal Newman program that's obviously 1-6, would be struggling, but if they could pick up a win tonight against Lawrence Manning, I know that'd give them a little bit of confidence as they try to finish out the season strong.
It would. Second play of the game between Irmo and River Bluff, pick 6. Irmo leads 7-0.
Oh, man, my alma mater's not doing so hot already.
I want to let you know, listen, you want to talk about an alma mater not doing so hot. We'll get to Airport and Great Collegiate later. But
could we do a battle of the alma maters, River Bluff versus Airport?
Could be a lot of fun. Offensively, I will tell you, Nolan O'Hara started last week for Airport. That's a name you're going to want to remember. Again, you got to remember Airport, new head coach, young, very, very young team. They started a freshman as their varsity quarterback last week, and that kid slung it for over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. So the future looks good at the quarterback position. I'm assuming he's playing tonight against Gray. Gray is a team that should not lose to Airport at all, and in any way, shape, or form. Gray might be the best team in that region right now, and I believe they are based on what happened against North Augusta. But again, if you do a battle of the alma maters, I'd be fine with it. I think they've played in some sports-aramas before. Let's look at the top 10. While we got a second here, as the games are just getting underway, so I don't want to get too far down the road. Class 5A, Irmo is the number 1 team in the state with 15 first-place votes, followed by Northwestern. They get 3 first-place votes. Dutch Fork, Somerville, James Island, your top 5. Dorman, 6. Greenwood, 7. 8 is Ridgeview, 9 Burns, 10 White Knoll. So you've got a 10-3 matchup, and you've got a 5-4 matchup in James Island and Somerville. And Greenwood, Greenville is basically a 7-14 matchup. Gaffney and Burns is a 9-11 matchup. So, again, these are top 10 quality games here. In Class 4A, South Point is ranked number 1 with 17 first-place votes. South Florence is a very quiet 6-1. And I feel like every year we look up at the end of the year and go, wow, South Florence has got like 1 loss on the year. How'd that happen? AC Flora is number 3, followed by Gray, and Daniel is at 5. North Augusta, Hilton Head, Seneca, Camden, and Bishop England round out your top 10. In Class 3A, Belton Honeypath, BHP, the Bears are number 1 with 13 first-place votes, followed by Oceanside Collegiate sitting with 4 first-place votes. Newberry, undefeated, 7-0, number 3. Loris and Mountain View Prep round out the top 5. Then it's Woodruff, OW, Marlborough County, Swansea cracks the top 10, and there's Dillon at number 10. In 2A, Central is number 1, followed by Fairfield Central. Clennon, the Red Devils are the best 4-3 team in the state. Period. End of discussion.
I would have to agree with you.
I don't know how many 4-3 teams there are, but they're the best 4-3 team.
Clinton's played a tough schedule, man.
They have. They're really good.
They are.
Coach Corey Fountain's a really good football coach. And what happens is you struggle early in the year with high-quality opponents and teams that might be a little above your pay grade, not actually pay because it's high school. but they're a little bit above you, and so it nicks you. And from the outsider's perspective, you go, wow, Clennon's 0-2 or 1-3 or whatever it is. Yeah, Clennon's fine. Strom Thurmond is 4. Timberland's 5, followed by Hampton County, Phillips Simmons, Saluda, Batesburg, Leesville, and Chesney, the top 10 in 2A. And in Class 1A, Bamberg, Earhart, number 1. There's a tie at 2 with Abbeville and Cross. Then Ware Shoals, Carvers Bay, the Flashes of Johnsonville, Latta, Lamar, the Fighting Tommy Suggs has come in at number 8. Louisville is 9, and Hunter County Tyler is number 10. That's a look at your top 10 rankings from across state. Again, what matters in 5A is the RPI, and we'll have that for you starting next week, as it's important to get a look at those with the RPIs. Roper Winsky, a 77-yard touchdown pass.
I don't
Catch
think
and run?
77 does the justice. I was actually about to bring that up. Roper Winsky passed to Charlie Scott. It was for
more like 80.
I was about to say it was for 83 yards.
Yeah, 77
on the first play of the drive, by the way. Let's just say that I think it's safe to say, even though it's still early, I think Blake Batette's return to Richland Northeast is going to work out in his favor.
I would think it does.
Unless, I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's only the first quarter. I don't want to call the game early, but Richland Northeast has had a very much down year after the departure of Blake Batette and Will Wilson from last season.
Looking at Andrew Jackson and Chesterfield, that's where Chris Deering, our buddy Chris Deering, is. The Volunteers of Andrew Jackson are up 14-0 on Chesterfield. Waccamaw leads Loris 7-0 in a potential Game of the Week nominee down in the Low Country. And then Trace Segara, a couple of chunk runs. Burns got the ball at the Gaffney 22 on their first drive. How about this before we hit a break? How about this? Last year, Gaffney outgained Burns 406 to 46 yards of offense in a football game. The final score was 15-9 in double overtime. I got to think you might get the same amount of yards. You might get close to 450 yards of offense tonight combined between the two teams. It's going to be a higher scoring game than 15-9. Tons of action taking place across the state. When we come back, we will look at the undefeated club and who still stays in the club next on the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Welcome back into the high school scoreboard show on the game, presented by Cotman Transmission. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you. I'm having to put emphasis on that because I'm used to saying Elijah Campbell. But he's not here. He's down in Cajun country.
Yeah, for some game called LSU South Carolina tomorrow.
Gonna cover that game, and then Sunday going to the Saints Patriots. Get to see Spencer Rattler
Saints,
again.
Patriots. Who are these teams, man? I don't think I've heard of these teams playing on Friday nights.
Well, that's true. I can confirm. Elijah Campbell is a Friday night lifer, but it tends to bleed over. But he'll be back next week. Don't worry. And then Cale will be back doing what he does for us, which is I'll be hearing his voice but not seeing his face. And he'll be at a big game next week. TBD.
Yeah.
When do you make that decision? Or who makes that decision for you?
I had a schedule put out. I make a schedule before the season starts.
Oh, that's dangerous.
But if the game doesn't look good.
Oh, you flex?
Yes, I flex.
Look at
so
you.
I'm flexing next week.
Okay.
Because originally I had Saluda at 96. 96 is 1-5.
Yeah,
Saluta's
96 ain't
4-2.
good.
So I decided to switch. So I'm between two games.
Okay.
I'm between White Knoll and Irmo.
That I'd be a leader in the clubhouse, but I need to hear your second one.
And this one's a Skeeza game, but the reason why is because the last 3 times I've been there, the result was a 1-possession game.
Okay.
Wilson Hall hosts Florence Christian.
Okay.
I went in 2022. Florence Christian jumped out 20-0. Wilson Hall won 21-20.
Okay.
They faced off later that year in the playoffs. Florence Christian won 21-17. The next year they faced off against each other in the playoffs, and it was a 1-score game. Last season, Florence Christian beat Wilson Hall 15-14.
Okay, so history is on your side then.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I would probably go to White Knoll and Irmo.
Yeah, I haven't decided, but that's what I'm leaning towards. I just haven't come to a decision yet.
We have a look as we're wrapping up again. This is the fastest 4 hours in radio, and it's the fastest first hour in radio, no question about it. Getting close to the end of hour number 1. Before we get out of here on hour number 1, got to go to the Undefeated Club. These are the teams that remain in the club. Ed Burt has not ushered them out yet. I will let you know that there are only 16 teams remaining in the Undefeated Club in the entire state of South Carolina, regardless of classification. All the way down to Skeeza 8-man ball. 16.
Okay.
That's it.
16.
That's it.
Out of 250 teams, I think.
And I will tell you there are none in 4A. None. Zero. Zip. Nada. All right. So
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I will tell you, it surprises me which classification has the most, tied for the most. In 5A, Indian Land sits at 6-0, Irmo is at 6-0, and James Island is at 6-0. That's it. That's all for 5A. Again, none for 4A. In 3A, Belton Honeypath, Mountain View Prep, Newberry, Swansea, Loris. In 2A,
Loris is something special, man.
they are.
They're good.
They're really good. They're up on Walkamaw right now, 7-0.
They beat someone I'm trying to remember who they beat, but they beat somebody a few weeks ago that was just that really just caught my eye, and I can't remember who it was for the life of me, and it's really making me mad.
I'll find out. Central is the only team undefeated in 2A. They're also the number 1 team in 2A at 6-0. In 1A, Ware Shoals is 6-0. Carvers Bay is 7-0. That's it. In Skeeza, Bethesda Academy, Dorchester Academy, Williamsburg Academy, King Academy, and Holly Hill Academy. That's it. That's the Undefeated Club.
Do we claim Bethesda? Because they're technically in Georgia, but they're in Skeeza.
They're in Skeeza.
So do we claim them? Does the show claim them?
You claim them because they're in Skeeza, and that's the South Carolina Independent Schools Association.
Yeah. I was just wondering if we still claim them because they're out of state technically.
Yeah, as
just
opposed
like
to
Augusta Christian is, but they're in Skeeza.
Yeah, well, you claim them. You claim them because they play. I mean, they're regions. Everybody in the state.
Okay,
so we claim them, and that's it. 16. That's all. 16 teams in the Undefeated Club.
So
that's it.
I do have a little bit of a couple score updates for you.
Let's hear them.
In the games that I've been keeping up with here. So first off, I overthrew the commercial break. Well, Fort Mill just answered with a 70-yard touchdown pass, and they trail Northwestern 14-7. Dorman leads Spartanburg 7-0. Gray Collegiate, last time I heard, you said they lead your alma mater Airport Eagles 21-0 with 6 minutes left in the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cardinal Newman, right before we went to break, they scored a touchdown to go up 7-0. Lawrence Manning tied that up over the commercial break. And then AC Flora, remember how we said they scored on an 83-yard touchdown their first play of their first drive? Well, over the commercial break, Richland Northeast drove down the field, got inside the 25, threw a pick, and it looked like AC Flora was about to score again as they had a 30-yard gain on the first play of the drive. Roper Winsky throws a deep ball, intercepted at the AC Flora 2-yard line, and RNE had the ball, and I think they're now about to punt.
All right.
And Lexington and Chapin is still deadlocked at 0. But they are, Lexington has the ball at their own 8-yard line.
I shouldn't be laughing, but I'm just hearing Mark's voice in my ear the entire time.
That game is going to be very low scoring. And I don't think it's going to because...
It's not because they're playing the 85 Bears.
Exactly.
Chesney is down to Clinton 14-0 right now in the second quarter. Northwestern was up 7-0. Fort Mill had a 70-yard touchdown pass, the Fighting Jack Veltries. But Northwestern has responded. It's 14-7. Northwestern. Dorman takes the early 7-0 lead on Spartanburg. That game being played at Spartanburg. The Vikings down 7-0 at home there. I do have some scores here. I can let you know that Gray Collegiate leads Airport 21-0 in the first quarter. Move on from that game. Greer leads Blue Ridge.
It's okay. My alma mater is suffering too, so we can suffer together.
That's fair. Greer leads Blue Ridge 14-6, and Dutch Fork. Quinn Wilson, second touchdown. It's 1:37 to go in the first quarter. The Silver Foxes lead the Timberwolves 13-0.
Did they miss the extra point, or have they not attempted yet?
Cannot confirm one way or the other. That's just from Lou's tweet. So I can't confirm one way or the other yet.
Okay. I did want to give a quick revision to my score update for Lexington and Chapin because I thought Lexington had the ball at their own 8-yard line. Chapin had the ball at the Lexington 8, but they just got a penalty. Now they have the ball at the Lexington 16-yard line.
Okay. Rebels of Burns lead Gaffney 3-0. No score between Ridgeview and Lugoff-Elgin to end the first quarter. It's 7-7 between Spartanburg and Dorman now. Hartsville leads Crestwood 14-7. That one's in the first quarter. We're already in the second quarter down in Somerville. No score between the Green Wave and the Trojans of James Islands. There are plenty of fantastic games already taking place. We got scores popping all around the state. And they got a big kickoff return over at White Knoll. James Smith with a long kickoff return into the first quarter up in Greenwood. The Eagles lead the Red Raiders of Greenville 14-7. As they move to the second quarter, we move to the second hour next on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. They do. Got that one on right here. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you on a Friday night. We got plenty of scores to get to on the high school ranks, but I have breaking news from Pete Thamel.
Uh-oh.
According to sources, LSU star wide receiver Aaron Anderson is now doubtful for the game against South Carolina tomorrow night. He is the leading receiver for the Bayou Bengals.
Wow.
305 yards, and his 23 catches are second on the team. He is now doubtful with a knee injury.
Did he get injured in practice?
I don't have much more than that. I will, sports industry term, I will be efforting to get more information on that. Again, we're waiting for the availability reports to come out any moment now for this game. I expect Garrett Nussmeier's name to pop on that thing too. I don't see how he plays tomorrow, but that's neither here nor there. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the program. But that is big news. Again, LSU's leading wide receiver when it comes to yardage and second on the team in catches, Aaron Anderson, considered now doubtful for the game against the Gamecocks tomorrow night at Death Valley at 7:45. Again, that game is at 7:45. You can watch it on the SEC Network. You can listen to it here on the game. Gamecocks Game Day live from O'Hara's Public House tomorrow at 2:30. That's 131 East Main Street in Lexington. And then, of course, 7:45, the early game live from right out here, Studio 803, YouTube watch party, 7:45. Make sure you tune into that and have a little simulcast of the game. And
Simulcast, man.
simulcasts are the best.
They
And it's the
are.
new wave of technology when the Manning
love
cast
them.
has transformed.
You can never
our
get
world.
too much football, man.
That's true. Cross leads Scotts Branch 8-0 late in the first quarter. Scrolling back here because my stream decided to just completely update all the way through. It is still 7-0 Irmo over River Bluff. Again, that's a pick six on play number 2 of the ball game. I do want to correct myself. There is a Game 5 taking place in Major League Baseball. It is the Detroit Tigers, and it is the Seattle Mariners tonight from Seattle.
I don't really have much skin in the game in that game.
Tarek
because
Skubal starting for the Tigers.
If I had to pick, half
the
of my
Mariners.
family is from Michigan, so I'll root for the Tigers.
Yeah,
but I don't have much skin in the game on that game.
I want to see Seattle play in the World Series. I would
I
love
bet
a
you're fun at
Seattle.
parties.
I would love a Seattle-Milwaukee World Series
I wouldn't mind that
because that's actually good baseball. I don't want the Dodgers there.
I don't
period.
either.
I didn't want the Phillies there either. I wish they both could have lost. Midland Valley and Gilbert tied at 7 at the end of the first quarter. I'll tell you, that's a game that Gilbert needs desperately.
You know what? And with how good Midland Valley has looked, I'm surprised that it's that close right now.
Agreed.
Because I've seen from Gilbert, they have a lot of guys playing both ways.
Yep.
And Midland Valley's looked very good. They had a down year last year, but now they look like they're back to being what they have been recently as a program. And if Gilbert can get this win on the road, that would be a huge, huge win for that Indians program.
No doubt about it. Chester leads Fairfield Central 15-0 as they go to the second quarter there in that ball game. Trying to find a few more here. Yeah, no score in James Island and Somerville. They're tied at 0-0. That's a big bona fide matchup right there if you've ever seen one. That is going to be just a game to watch throughout the night. Both of those teams are just so well coached. Boiling Springs leads Wade Hampton of the Upstate 21-0 at the end of the first quarter. Wade Hampton 0-6. Gonna probably fall to 0-7.
Rough year for the Generals. Jaius McIver puts White Knoll on the board
There you go.
in the beginning of the second. Dutch Fork leads 13-7. And how about this? Ridgeview and Lugoff Elgin tied at 0 at the end of the first. Did you already say that?
I can give you an update on that. I thought you were about to give the update that I had. Lou Bajak just texted an update. It is 6-0 Ridgeview over
Okay.
Lugoff Elgin. I thought you were about to give that update. That's why I started
That
smiling.
was the last one that I had seen. Oh, okay. I love how. Okay,
You get a little
I keep
refresh.
having to refresh on my computer because
Welcome. Welcome to it.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
And it'll
I'm new to this. Cut me some slack.
Hey, rookie jitters. You'll get him. You'll be fine. You'll learn the ropes here by the end of this hour for sure. Andrew Jackson 21-0. The Volunteers of Andrew Jackson are in the red zone. That is courtesy of Chris Deering, who is covering that game. Another drive for him. Northwestern leads Fort Mill now 21-7. Like I said, Ridgeview 6-0 on a Spencer Beaubien touchdown run. Spencer Beaubien's really, really good at running the football.
We had the chance to talk to him a couple weeks ago.
We did.
After the Westwood game.
Pretty solid. He's a solid running back and a solid individual. Columbia, the Capitals, lead Mid-Carolina 8-0 at the end of the first quarter. And how about this? Thanks to Jed Blackwell on Twitter for this one, Spartanburg has forced a punt. And on first down, Trenton Lynch is off to the races. 83 yards straight up the middle. Spartanburg 13, Dorman 7.
Oh, man.
Late in the first quarter. Again,
it's still early.
But you're starting to see what ends up happening is you start to see glimpses of where games can go sideways for teams to where the script isn't playing out to make this an ideal night for you. And the simple fact is if Spartanburg is able to run the ball with a modicum of success against Dorman, they'll keep themselves in this game because you keep that Dorman offense off the field. It's going to be, but that Dorman defense now, remember, they've given up 13 points tonight. They gave up 73 coming in total all year long.
Let me tell you something. That Spartanburg rushing attack is no joke.
No, they're really good.
And Trenton Lynch, that kid's something special. He's got, I don't remember if he's a junior or a sophomore, but I got the chance to look at his film because he sent me some of his film over the offseason. That kid deserves to go to the next level. That's all I'm going to tell you. Did you see that Berkeley leads Goose Creek? Last update I got, 10-3.
Yes.
The first quarter. Stags recorded a safety. So they had a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and recorded a safety.
Look at the Stags.
On the Gators.
Goose Creek's not very good. And again, I'm saying these things as a non-biased radio host who's just telling you what he sees. They're just not very good.
No, they're not. Lawrence Manning takes their first lead of the game. They're up 14-7 on Cardinal Newman, trying to drive on the Cardinals right now as they just picked up a first down inside the 25. AC Flora leads Richland Northeast 14-0. Lexington Chapin still scoreless. I told you this over the commercial break, but I didn't get to say it on air. Chapin was driving down the field. They were inside the 10 of Lexington. Decided to go for it on fourth down and goal. Running back gets tripped up at the 1. Lexington takes over. They are now on the Chapin 5.
I regret to inform you that Gray Collegiate has found the end zone again. It's 35-0 now over Airport with 2:43 to go in the first quarter.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. I'm the dog in the room on fire.
That's literally what I was about to bring up.
Everything's
sitting
fine.
Here. This is fine.
Everything's fine. My disappointment in that is this is not something I didn't expect. It's just senior night, and you hate for senior night to go that way.
I feel bad for the kids because you never want that to happen to a team on senior night.
Ever.
No, you never want that to happen. You never ask for that.
No.
But I've never understood. Just going back to looking at the beginning, because even when Airport was decent a few years ago, remember they had that one year where they had a really, really good defense. You remember that year I'm talking about? I think it was 2 years ago.
Was that okay? Yeah, that was Shane Fiddler's first season, second season,
something like that. Because they beat Lamar.
Yeah,
and
that was his first season.
Yes,
very good defense, not a very good offense.
So even coming into this game, I mean, obviously you can choose when you have your senior night.
You can.
Why do you decide to pick your senior night when you host Gray? That doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, you're on the road at BC your last week of the season, and that's the 30th, which is a Thursday. I don't have their record pulled up in front of me. Let me try to grab it really quick, and I can tell you what games are left. You don't want to have your senior night too early if you can help it.
Just got another score update.
Okay.
West Florence leads Blythewood 7-0. My mother is a proud West Florence alum, so shout out to her.
The Knights.
Yes, the Knights. They've been having a little bit of a struggle this year, but if they could pick up a win over the Bengals, that'd be big for them.
Well, West Florence currently sitting in 4th in the region. That'd be their second region win, he was able to say. And again, you talk about playoff positioning. You want to get that second one as quickly as you can.
Lawrence Manning just scored again. They are now up 21-7 on Cardinal Newman.
Okay, here's why you put this game as your senior night if you're Airport. Because before this, you had 2 games one against Midland Valley and one against South Aiken. One of those was your homecoming game. One of them. I'm not sure which, but one of those was your homecoming game. So you don't play at home again until BC, the last game of the season. You don't want to put senior night on the last night of the year. And a rivalry game. Let the rivalry game stand on its own.
I still wouldn't have scheduled it for Gray. I would have scheduled it for anyone else.
That's
Gray
fair.
is the best team in your region. I mean,
that you play at home? Sure. I mean, you still
I
got
still
North
think they're
Augusta
the
on
best
road.
team in the region.
Yeah, you still got North Augusta on the road, which is harder.
They did beat
in my
North
opinion.
Augusta though.
Yeah,
Gray did. That's why I thought they were the best.
An airport trip to North Augusta is more difficult than an airport home game against Gray. I know that's hard for the mind to comprehend with the score the way it is, but I'm telling you that game, that North Augusta, first of all, it's a drive and it's a program. Chapin defense holds, but a short field goal makes it 3-0 Wildcats.
So remember when I had said that Chapin had gotten stopped on a 4th down and goal?
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong.
Okay.
Because it was he did get stopped at the 1, but it wasn't 4th and goal. It was a fumble right before crossing the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
That was what caused Lexington to take over. But Chapin, good job by them for keeping Lexington out of the end zone, because I don't want this to sound the way it's going to sound, but I feel like there may be a total of 2 touchdowns scored tonight.
Yeah, no kidding.
I feel like the first team that scores a touchdown will win this game.
That's a fair point.
Plus, if you look at Chapin's remaining schedule, this is probably the best chance they have at not going 0-10 tonight. Because I don't see them beating River Bluff, and they're definitely not beating White Knoll
or Irmo.
No,
have they played Irmo yet? They haven't played Irmo yet.
I thought they. Oh, that's right. They haven't.
No, because their region opener was last weekend.
Both of these teams, Lexington and Chapin, have been struggling, and so this is definitely Chapin's biggest chance to not go winless, in my opinion.
Burns leads Gaffney 10-7. Touchdown, 32-yard touchdown run for Justin Dawkins. Makes it 10-7 as the second quarter is just underway. Clennon over Chesney, 21-0. 10 minutes to go in that first half. Northwestern over Fort Mill, 21-7 as well. Looking for a few more here. Spartanburg, of course, leads. In the most recent update, they lead Dorman 13-7. Still no scores showing between James Island and Somerville. A game I'm keeping my eye on that's... nope, there was a score. It is 7-0 Somerville. The Fighting Preston Thorns lead James Island 7-0. How about this game in Hartsville over in Kellytown?
The Fighting Red Foxes.
Hartsville leads the Fighting John Morantz of Crestwood 24-14 in the second quarter. And I remember sitting on this here program earlier this year going, man, what's going on with Hartsville? Off to a rough start, 1-3. They're now 3-3, 2-0 in the region. They win tonight, they get to 3-0 in the region, and it's locking in for a battle with you-know-who, South Florence, here down the road. And I'm going to try to pull up Hartsville's schedule really quick to see how that shakes out.
See, I remember looking at Hartsville's schedule, and they had a rough non-conference schedule.
They did.
It's not... I don't think their record doesn't do the justice of the talent that they have on their team, because Hartsville, for the most part, for those that have not been to Hartsville, there's not much to do there.
Except go to games.
Except go to high school games. That's exactly how Gilbert is, and exactly how a lot of towns in South Carolina are. And lots of the times, it's some of the best high school programs in the state are the towns where there's nothing else to do but go to the high school football games.
Well, I will tell you, they started the year at Carolina Forest. Carolina Forest is really good this year.
Yes, they're 5-1, and I had the game pulled up where they were playing St. James, but I'm assuming they're winning.
They lost by 22 that night. Then they lost at home to Camden by 10 in their home opener. They beat Rock Hill by 20. They lost to Dillon on the road by almost 30. But they've since bounced back and beat Wilson by 6 and Lower Richland by 25. They've got Crestwood tonight, does Hartsville. Next week they go to Your My Hour, Darlington Falcons. Then they host Lakewood. I believe they win both of those games. And then on Halloween night, they go to South Florence, take on the Bruins. Now, Halloween night already, I can tell you, you got Dutch Fork and Irmo.
I'm going to that game.
You should. And then you got South
game
Florence.
I have for that week.
And you got South Florence hosting Hartsville. You kidding me? Halloween night, Elijah and I are going to be in costume already. It's going to be a great night. Going to have some fun. Should be a great night.
I'm excited.
Southside Christian for the costumes or for the football?
Yes.
There you go. I was seeing if you were paying attention. Southside Christian leads Palmetto 14-3 right now. Looking for a few more scores here on my scoreboard. Colin Prep leads Patrick Henry 24-0. Not doing any favor for one of our founding fathers. Greenwood Christian over Thomas Sumter 7-6. That was in the first quarter. Kale gave me a note on Thomas Sumter. Jace Williams, quarterback for Thomas Sumter, transferred there from Lugoff Elgin, I believe is who you said?
Yes.
He has 1,700 yards this season, 18 touchdowns, and one of those is on the ground. So 17 touchdowns through the air, one on the ground. Having a great year there. Want to mention him. Trinity Collegiate leads Wilson Hall 10-7. That one is in the second quarter. And as I fumbled through my scoreboard here, Atlantic Collegiate, the Armada, lead Lake City 7-0. That one in the first quarter. And then it's a 28-7 lead now for Northwestern, thanks to Xavier Means, who is literally one of the best quarterbacks in the state that just I don't think enough people are talking about. White Knolls on the move on Dutch Fork right now, trying to see if they can punch it in here. Abbeville leads in their ballgame 28-8. And here's another one from Pete Nakos from On 3. Texas running back C.J. Baxter has been ruled out for the Red River rivalry, the shootout tomorrow. He'll miss his third consecutive game for the Longhorns, and I think there's a real possibility that the Longhorns get run out of the building by Oklahoma. Blue Devils lead the Bruins of Lancaster 7-0.
I don't know how Texas is favored in that game. I genuinely don't know. Even if
John Mateer questions. If John Mateer's playing and he's healthy, Oklahoma by 7 in sports books.
I still have Oklahoma winning if Michael Hawkins is playing.
No, I don't know. I've seen enough of Michael Hawkins to know I'm not too enthused about that matchup. Loris leads Waccamaw 16-7. North Myrtle Beach leads the Braves of Socastee 23-6. That one's in the second quarter as well. Friday availability reports are starting to drop in the SEC. We'll talk about those as they come in and more of your scores right here on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson with you on a Friday night. Plenty of action across the state, 803-404-6100. If you're at a game and you want to tell us how it's going, or if you want to score, we can try to get you one. You just need to let us know which one you want. On the screens here in the studio, I can tell you that North Texas is up on South Florida 14-7, the Mean Green of North Texas. And the Seattle Mariners and Detroit Tigers just started Game 5 of the ALDS. We will see which team will go on in the American League tonight. I'm rooting for the Mariners for what it's worth. Not that any of you care. It is 14-7. AC Florida's lead just got cut by R&E. It's now 14-7 there. I'm looking for a score.
You say that, and then AC Flora on the first play of their drive gets a 75-yard touchdown.
It is 21-7.
So it's back to 14.
AC Flora leads 21-7. And again, availability reports continuing to come out. Jalen Hale, Alabama wide receiver, out for tomorrow's game against Missouri. And we'll continue tracking. I'm waiting to see South Carolina's drop. Abbeville leads 35-8. Not shocking there.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Lou Bajak, Jaius McIver, second touchdown of the day. White Knoll leads 14-13.
There it is. They're back. I'm telling you. Okay, I might have been wrong.
I was about to say, come on. Let's see you own up to your props.
No, I might have been wrong. Again, I consider we're still within the first hour and a half of the program. So the halfway mark is still about 40 minutes away. So I've got time. Listen, I hope they prove me wrong. I'd like for this to be a ball game all the way through if you could.
You and me both, man.
I mean, I'm keeping an eye on this one.
That would make the game Irma White Knoll game next week even that would, if White Knoll beats Dutch Fork, that basically locks in Irma versus White Knoll for me next week. That locks it.
Well, it should. I mean, I don't. By the way, Irma's up 21-0. In case you're interested.
It's hey, you see what I've got here? I've got my River Bluff lacrosse cup because I coach for the B team in JV for lacrosse in the spring. So I'm still repping my alumni, but we're not doing too hot. Remember when we talked about earlier when you mentioned Jace Williams for Thomas Sumter?
Yes.
They're playing Greenwood Christian right now. And I remember when you talked about how he has 18 total touchdowns on the year and over 1,700 passing yards.
Yep.
September 12th, they beat Spartanburg Christian 55-52. Guess how many touchdowns he had that game?
5.
8.
8.
8 touchdowns.
In a game?
In a game.
Whew. I don't know if Airport,
and he's a junior.
I don't know if Airport scored 8 touchdowns all year through the air. I have to do some digging on that. That's impressive.
This kid's
good.
good.
Sling it. Okay.
This kid's
good. Name to keep an eye on. Gaffney. Oh. See, this is why Gaffney doesn't play normal football games. Burns goes 3 and out. They get ready to punt. It's a bad snap. It goes into the end zone. Gaffney lands on it. Touchdown. It's 14-10. Gaffney over Burns.
Oh, man.
Great day. I mean,
Northwestern putting it on Fort Mill 28-7.
Not shocking. Northwestern might be the best team. White Knoll got the stop on 3rd down, but they were called for an unsportsmanlike penalty.
You cannot make undisciplinary mistakes like that against Dutch Fork.
You can't give them.
You shouldn't do it in general, but especially against Dutch Fork. Agreed.
Bray Williams in the end zone. Saluda leads Pillion 17-0.
Oh man,
second quarter.
Saluta's good. They also had a rough non-conference schedule, but they
survived it.
Saluta's always been a good football team, man.
They've consistently been one of the better teams in the state. I'm looking here. Saluda 4-2 on the year. This would move them to 2-0. They've outscored their opponents coming into the night 151-83. Strom Thurmond at 4-2 overall, 1-0 in the region. So is Pillion. So this is a 3-way race at the top of that region between Strom Thurmond, Pillion, and Saluda. Saluda trying to position themselves here. They're going to play Strom Thurmond.
Update from the 803. Sawyer Headley brings in a 12-yard touchdown pass for the Wildcats. Lexington extends their lead over Chapin 10-0.
And that might be enough.
It's only the second quarter, and you already think that might be enough?
I agree. I think that might be enough. And that's no slight on Chapin. We talk to Mark every week, and I think
Chapin
Mark would
has
agree
had
with
some
me.
struggles.
They're young.
They're very young.
They're young. There's no Stone Fury there right now.
This will
transferred over
benefit
to
you in
Dutch
the
Fork.
long run, though.
It will. Growing seasons like this, if you can keep a team together, you'll be fine down the stretch. You will be fine. You just got to take your lumps in this season again. It's terrible for the seniors, but
yeah,
you just got to take your lumps.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Northwestern Fort Mill strikes back. It's 28-13 in that ball game. T.L. Hanna up on Woodmont 21-6. Again, T.L. Hanna's in the driver's seat in that region. Again, trying to get an update on Greenville-Greenwood. Last time I heard, Greenwood was leading Greenville in that ball game. We'll continue to try to get numbers from there. Crestwood still trailing according to my scoreboard, 24-14 over in Hartsville. Broome, the Centurions, lead Union County. Union County is not very good. 35-0, a 55-yard touchdown pass from Jamison Dearyberry to Braden Simpson. Make it 35-0. That one's still in the second quarter. Torian, let's see what Jed has to say about this game on Twitter, because I want to make sure I get it right here. Oh boy, it is 20-7 Spartanburg over Dorman.
Did we already go over all of the scores from yesterday?
I got as many of them as I could. I didn't hit Heathwood. I know I didn't hit Heathwood.
I know Hammond played yesterday. Did you hit that?
Did Hammond play yesterday?
Yes.
How did that game shake
So
out?
Hammond won on the road at Augusta Christian 24-0.
Not shocked.
And then Heathwood defeated Ben Lippin 28-6.
Yeah.
My younger sister is a Ben Lippin alumni, and my dad used to coach football there. So unfortunate for the Falcons.
Wasn't your dad on staff at Hammond at one point as well?
He was. He was at he coached for Blythewood in their first year. He won the state championship.
Yeah, Blythewood winning a state championship in year number 1.
Yes. Yep. He was on that. He was on that staff. And then he coached at Ben Lippin a couple years later. Mm-hmm. And then he coached at Hammond 2014-16. He took a break, and then he coached again with Hammond in 2021 and 2022.
Eric Wilson.
Yep.
And I remember the name for different
reasons. He's listening to this show right now.
For a multitude of reasons. Hello, Eric. How are you doing? Dutch Fork got that extra down, got the extra 4 downs, I should say, on the unsportsmanlike penalty.
And I bet they took advantage of it.
They did not. They missed a 32-yard field goal. So White Knolls got the ball.
Uh-oh.
Up 14-13, 3:12 to go in the first half. Now, here's my favorite part of a football game, is your middle 8. And in high school football, it's even more. You got 12-minute quarters. So your middle 8, here's how it sets up. White Knolls up by 1. They've got 3 minutes on the clock, and they get the ball coming out of the half. You have the opportunity, if you're White Knoll, to playing clean football and doing things the right way. Let's just say you go touchdown and then a field goal, however you want to shake that out. You're looking at being up by 2 scores if that happens. Now, if you...
Hold on. As you say this, Cardinal Newman is lining up for a 30-plus yard field goal. And it was a fake snapped to the kicker. Lawrence Manning stops it.
There you go.
Continue.
Poor Cardinal Newman.
At least they scored. They scored before. They scored first.
That's fair. I'll take that. The point I was making is if you're White, you got an opportunity at home to be up by 2 scores before Dutch Fork touches the ball again. Is that likely? Probably not. But again, I love that middle 8 scenario because that's when games can swing on a dime. And now backs against the wall if you're Dutch Fork. Again, last time their backs were against the wall, they lost to Oceanside Collegiate.
So I want to ask you this.
Okay.
If White Knoll wins, again, still early, but if White Knoll is able to win tonight and pull off a win against Dutch Fork, that would mean they've won 2 of the last 3 against the Foxes, and it has been back and forth the last 3 years. At that point, would you consider it a rivalry?
Yes. They lost the one that really mattered.
Okay. I was talking. I did forget about the state championship one, but I was mostly just talking about regular season.
I'm with you. Yes, I think it already is a rivalry.
If you include the state title, that means 50-50.
Yeah,
if they would win tonight.
By the way, I just want to update you. Ethan Mose with an interception. Dutch Fork's got the ball at the 10.
On their own 10?
On the White Knoll 10.
Oh boy,
going in. So they're probably going to take the lead here in a second.
You would hope.
You would assume.
You would assume. Yes.
I would think. Here's where maybe it's because I'm a Gamecock alum. I don't believe that the records record of the games is what makes it a rivalry. I think it's proximity. I think it's history. I think it's intensity when you're playing one another. Was South Carolina Clemson any less of a rivalry from 2014 to 2023? No. Or 2022? Of course not. No. It was still a rivalry. It's just Clemson had the upper hand for a while. The record between the two teams, I don't believe sways a rivalry. I refuse to believe that. I believe South Carolina Georgia is a great rivalry, and I'm glad it's coming back. Georgia owns the record.
I've got mixed feelings on it. You should know that.
Yeah, I
enjoyed not having to root against one of them.
That's fair. I think it's better for the sport.
That's
for
true.
The sport in this area when those two teams play, but that's just one man's humble opinion. Looking here, halftime, Midland Valley and Gilbert tied at 7.
Dude.
That's impressive.
That is very impressive.
Because
go ahead.
If I go back and look at, I'm going to go back and find, you can go ahead and make your point, because I want to go back and find this stat from Midland Valley's game against Airport last week.
They've had a really good offense. They've done a really good job putting points on the board. I was just going to give another score update as we've reached halftime in Ridgeview, Lugoff Elgin. The Blazers lead the Demons 13-0 at halftime.
Run that by me again.
Ridgeview leads Lugoff Elgin 13-0 at halftime.
Okay. I thought I for whatever reason, I thought I heard Lugoff Elgin leads. That's why I wanted you to repeat it. Okay. Midland Valley's running back Preston Smith last week, and Midland Valley's 63-26 win over Airport.
Didn't you say he had 5 or 6 touchdowns?
He had 5 rushing touchdowns on 18 touches. So basically 1 out of every 3 times he touched the ball went for 6, and he accumulated 334 yards in a game.
Phenomenal.
Insane. So again, look at that. And then look at tonight. They're tied at 7 at the halftime break.
Has Preston Smith had Midland Valley's only touchdown?
I will look to effort that.
I'm interested to see what Gilbert's score was.
I'll look it up.
I'm willing to bet it had something to do with R.J. Kearse, who plays both ways at corner, and they put him in at wide receiver / Wildcat quarterback.
Let me take a look for those. I'll try to find them. While I do that, let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. More of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission coming up on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson with you on a Friday night, halfway through hour number 2 of the program. We got plenty of scores to update you on.
To say scores, and more scores.
What's up? What have you got over there on that side of the glass?
So do you want to just trade? I say one, you say one?
You go until your heart's content.
Okay. Dutch Fork retakes the lead. Quentin Wilson with his 3rd touchdown of the first half. Silver Fox is up 20-14 in the second. Northside Christian up on Orangeburg Prep 7-6 at halftime. Silver Bluff putting it up on Keenan 27-8 in the second. Halftime score in the Low Country in the rain. Beaufort 7, Colden County nothing. Greenwood 21, Greenville 27, and then we've reached halftime in the 8:03 as Lexington leads Chapin 10-0.
And that Greenville game with Greenwood having a 2-touchdown lead. Just looking, thank you to Bill for sending the stats over to us as he typically does in the halfway point and the end of the ball game. Let's see here. Greenwood's outgained Greenville by about 50. I like to look at the rushing yards because that tells me a lot about where Greenwood's going to be at the end of the night. How about this for Greenville? 13 running rushes for 26 yards. They're averaging 2 yards per rush. That'll do it. That's the key stat for me as I look at Greenwood rushing yards and rushing attempts. But the offense has not done a whole lot for Greenwood either. If you just look at this, Tristan Lewis has 7 carries for 14 yards and a touchdown. He's 5 of 9 through the air for 66 yards and a touchdown. Jay Duncan threw a touchdown pass as well. So there's 14 of your 21 points for Greenwood as they lead 21-7 over Greenville. Orangeburg Wilkinson leads Hanahan 12-6. That one over at Hanahan. Richland Northeast trails AC Flora 28-7 at the half. The Bruins of Lancaster are leading Dreher 14-7. My apologies at the half. And CJ Gleaton for Gray Collegiate has a pick 6, and it is 3:03 to go in the first half, and Gray Collegiate leads Airport 55-0 with 3:03 to go in the first half. Northwestern leads Fort Mill 35-13 in that ball game. A 12-yard run by Xavier Means gives them yet another touchdown on the board for the Trojans. Irmo up on River Bluff 14-0. I'd like to see if that score is updated even more because I'm shocked.
I can check for you.
They were at the end of the first quarter 30 minutes ago. And that's the last score update we have. By the way, they've got River Bluff tonight, then they host White Knoll, then they go to Chapin before hosting Dutch Fork to end the season.
So the score has been updated. Irmo 28, River Bluff 7. And then an update on a little bit of skis at action. Greenwood Christian leads Thomas Sumter 7-6 at the moment.
Okay. Rock Hill leads Nation 4. Remember we thought they would have a lot of points?
Oh, never mind. Thomas Sumter just took a 14-7 lead.
Rock Hill leads Nation 4 13-7 at the half. And West Florence is up on Blythewood 14-0.
There's a lot more defense in that Nation Ford game than I expected.
A ton more, in my opinion.
West Florence extends their lead over Blythewood off of a 55-yard pick 6. Blythewood has 4 turnovers. Knights lead 14-0 at half. Northwestern putting it on Fort Mill 35-13.
Looking for a few more scores here and kind of to get an idea. The Mariners, by the way, are on the board. It's 1-0 Seattle. Teams that score first are 87-49 all time in winner-take-all games in Major League Baseball postseason history. And Seattle has scored first in every single game of this series. Tarek Skubal, Detroit Tigers trail 1-0 as that game is going to the 3rd inning. Looking for something from Lou here because Lou Bijak is at White Knoll for the White Knoll Dutch Fork game. Quentin Wilson, 3 touchdowns in the first half.
Quentin Wilson is a good football player, man.
He really is. They take the lead again. It's 20-14 with 2.5 to go in the first half. But again, White Knoll gets the ball to start the second half. And I think that's something we all need to remember.
Lawrence Manning jumped out to it's either 28-7 or 35-7. I'm pretty sure it's 35-7. Cardinal Newman trying to drive down the field, but it looks like the Swamp Cats, unless something drastically changes, looks like the Swamp Cats will be improving to 4-4 and getting back to .500.
Columbia and Mid-Carolina tied at 8. That one closing in on halftime right now as well. Southside Christian leads Palmetto 21-3. How about this game in Hartsville? Hartsville 24, Crestwood 21. Ooh. As that game starts to draw a bit closer, the Fighting John Morant's keeping their game or keeping their heads in the game there. James Island trails Somerville 7-6 at the half in a rainy Somerville, South Carolina. Williamsburg, the Stallions lead the Lee Cavaliers 29-0 in the second quarter. Halftime at Greenwood Christian and Thomas Sumter, it's 14-7 as we mentioned. Wilson Hall up 14-10 over Trinity Collegiate. We mentioned this one. Orangeburg Prep trails Northside Christian 7-6. Baptist Hill, the Bobcats lead Branchville 14-7. The Fighting Tommy Suggses of Lamar, also known as the Silver Foxes, lead the Great Falls Red Devils 27-6. McBee leads C.A. Johnson 14-8. The Fighting Rick Henry's up there.
I was just about to say that.
East Clarendon over Kingstree 14-0. Lake City up on Atlantic Collegiate. The Armada trail in that one 14-13. Andrew Jackson over Chesterfield 56-0 at the half. Is that correct? Paging Chris Deering on that one. Chester leads Fairfield Central 15-8 at the half. If this score's correct, my gracious. Strom Thurmond 54-0 over American Leadership Academy. I got to find out if that's legitimate. I'd be shocked by that score this early in the night, but again,
you said the score was what? 54-0?
54-0.
Goodness.
Again, efforting to make sure that's the correct score. Orangeburg Wilkinson over Hanahan 12-6. Dillon over Aner 15-11. What a score there. Paging scoregami. Silver Bluff leads Keenan 27-8. We mentioned Broome over Union County 35-0. Beaufort over Colleton County 7-0. Tied in Midland Valley 7-7 with Gilbert. I cannot see how those scores occurred and how they happened. I'm still working on that. Greer leads Blue Ridge 21-14. The Bobcats of Seneca over the Berea Bulldogs 37-0. How about Fort Dorchester needing a win and needing it badly? They lead West Ashley 18-6 at the half. Ashley Ridge, the Swamp Foxes continue to roll. They lead Stall 56-0. Lucy Beckham trails Stratford. Poor Stall. Lucy Beckham trails Stratford 14-7. Stratford was down 17-0 to the Berkeley Stags last week. Came back from 17-0 in the fourth quarter.
The Knights, man.
And they won 21-17.
Yeah.
And Berkeley, that same Berkeley team is putting it on Goose Creek right now, 35-3. North Myrtle Beach leads Socastee 23-6. Myrtle Beach leads Conway 21-6. And again, as we mentioned, Dutch Fork over White Knoll 20-14. Northwestern 35-13 over Fort Mill. Riverside and Eastside tied at 10. Dorman trails Spartanburg 23-7. I'm not saying that's the shocker of the night. That's the surprise of the night.
Yeah,
if that trend continues.
But that is definitely a surprise. We definitely have a listener that just tweeted out to the show because you just got mentioned in a post that I see on Lou Bejak's feed.
Yeah.
Batesburg-Leesville leads 96-14-0 at half.
And that's to be expected. 96 is not very good.
No.
Batesburg-Leesville is not having a great year to follow up how they played last year. But again, you're talking about it's high school ball, so it could be different from week to week, especially given some of the new interesting rules we have across high school football. And just to check, as I look up, North Texas has taken the lead again on South Florida. It's 21-14, Mean Green in that one. Yeah, Carter Nash, 27 yards for a Cavalier touchdown, freshman running back for Dorman. Dorman now trails 23-14 with 2:12 to go.
Not giving up.
In the second quarter. It's 35-20. Fort Mill's trying to claw their way back into this ball game with Coach Paige Wolford's guys. It's 35-20. Northwestern over Rock Hill. Northwestern over Fort Mill. They're gonna riot up in the upstate now. Just letting you know. When I confuse Fort Mill and Rock Hill, better run for cover. I'm not gonna be allowed up there anymore. It's 35-7. River Bluff trailing Irmo.
Did we have to give an update on that game?
No. But yes. As long as I'm having to give updates on Gray and Airport, yes, I have to give updates on Irmo and River. Yes.
Come on, man.
Your team doesn't have a running clock yet.
I was about to say, yet is the you didn't say yet. I almost said you didn't say that. Oh man.
Loris leads Walk 'em Off.
We play in the region of doom.
I call it the region of death.
That works too.
I
What did you
believe
say
it is.
about Waccamaw?
Waccamaw trails 23-7 to Loris.
Okay.
Loris, the Lions are really good.
Yes, they're very good.
The Loris Lions are really good. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 2 of the program. We'll look ahead to your college football Saturday because I do have injury reports available. We'll talk about it next on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson with you on a Friday as we wrap up hour number 2 of the program. Final segment, final few minutes here before we hit 9 o'clock. Let's go out to the phones, 803-404-6100. Willie bats leadoff for us tonight on the phones. What you got for us tonight, Willie?
Hey, how you doing? Home of the greatest sports talk radio station, WNKT, home of the Gamecocks. As you heard it earlier, I heard you talking about it. My OW Bruins leading hand-to-hand the Hawks 12-6 at the halftime. Also, we have a game over in Hardyville. Denmark Olar leading Hardyville by the score 24-11. Also, Hampton County leading Lake Marion 13-0. And Blackville Hill to 14. Wagner Sally, the home of Southern Soul Artist 803 Fresh 0.
Hey, Willie, are you by chance at the OW game?
No, I'm watching it on my cell phone. A good friend of mine texted it to me, so I'm watching that game as well.
Okay. And it's okay if you don't have the answer to this, but do you by chance know if how Dalen Haltewanger has played tonight?
No, I haven't. I've watched it, but He's been looking pretty good so far this season.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me say earlier on the show. My dad used to coach at Hammond, and Haltalonger transferred to OW from Hammond. So I was just trying to keep up with him and how he's doing in his last year of high school ball.
Well, we welcome him to Bruin Nation, and we thank your dad for all of that. But like I said, keep up the good work. And by the way, gotta say, go FC State, beat A&T. Go Benedict, beat Fort Valley State. Go Allen University, let's beat Savannah State. Go Clemson, beat Boston College. And go Gamecocks, get the revenge on LSU.
Thank you, Willie. That's a five-star. That's a five-star general report right there. Thank you, Willie. Appreciate it. Always great to hear from Willie. Yeah, he mentioned there's a lot of action in the Palmetto State tomorrow, but a lot of that's on the road. The Tigers are at Chestnut Hill tomorrow. By the way, I got a score update for you. Halftime in Kellytown. Hartsville leads Crestwood 27-21 at the break. Points down there, or over there in Hartsville, I should say. White Knoll gets a field goal.
Banked it off the goalpost.
And it is 20-17 going to halftime. Again, a bit late.
I'm sorry, but I got to say there was one more school that Willie did forget to mention that plays in the state this week.
And that is?
Coastal Carolina. They host Louisiana Monroe tomorrow.
Yeah, well, the Fighting Mike Uvas will do the best they can tomorrow. By the way...
Hey, I was born in Conway, so...
I have family from Conway, so I'm with you. Conway's very close to the beach. Burns trails Gaffney 14-10 at the break. Great ball game up there on the reservation right now between those longtime rivals. And really quick, before we get back to, I'll give you this one. Win Meats has a touchdown. It's Gilbert 14. Mets. It is 14-7 Gilbert over Midland Valley.
Wow.
I'm telling you, as it starts to matriculate later into this ball game, it's going to be a big time win for Gilbert if they're able to nab it and get their second win in the region. Availability reports. I want to make sure I don't get fined by the SEC. We're out tonight. And here we go. South Carolina, of course, has already ruled out the following offensive linemen: Kason Henry, Nolan Hay, and Marquis Anderson. Cornerback Miles Norwood and defensive lineman Troy Pikes are now probable. They were questionable.
Is Aaron Anderson still doubtful for LSU?
They're off the report now, of course. Corner Judge Collier had been on the report earlier in the week, but he's no longer on the report. Edge Gabriel Relaford out for the year for LSU, of course, so of course he finds himself on the injury report. Offensive lineman Paul Mubanga carries an out designation as of tonight. He was previously doubtful. Wide receiver Aaron Anderson is listed as doubtful. He had been probable and then questionable. Probable was next to the names of running back Caden Durham and defensive lineman Ahmad Bro earlier in the week, but both players were off of the injury or the Friday night report as of tonight. So it would appear Caden Durham will play tomorrow, but they will be without Aaron Anderson, and who knows what they look like with Garrett Nussmeier tomorrow. But again, all those players, that LSU offense has not really been moving the ball very well. We go to the halftime break between Spartanburg and Dorman. Cavaliers are getting the ball out of the halftime break. The score was 23-7 5 minutes ago. Going to halftime, it's 23-21.
Oh, baby.
And
this could be a Donnybrook.
Jed Blackwell on Twitter says this is the best rivalry in the state. Go argue with a wall. And
should I go outside and argue with a wall real quick?
You can. It's a really good rivalry.
Did you get to see the update from the Low Country?
Which one?
Somerville?
Yes, 7-6 Somerville over James Island.
Yes, Somerville gets the ball to start the second half.
And James Island's a really good ball club. They've been consistently good for the past 5 or so years.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to give you this update. Bishop England trails May River 14-0 at the half. What's happened to Bishop England's offense? Where'd it go?
Maybe their luck ran out.
Maybe.
But
I'm just.
That's really.
Even after last week's game, I would not expect
May River to shut down their offense.
Even after last week, they had scored 226 points this season.
Goodness gracious!
Now May River's defense is really good. They've held teams to 96. But
Okay,
Bishop
I didn't
England,
take that in much into account, but I still wasn't expecting Bishop England to at least be shut out at this point.
Bishop England's playing their way out of a home playoff game. Irmo leads River Bluff 35-14 at the halftime break. It's 55-0. Great Collegian over Airport.
I ain't hear no bell. Go Gators.
That's there you go. Well, he's wearing the jersey, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Jackson leads Chesterfield 49-0. Less than 2 minutes remain in the half. And Chris Deering likes to mention that Andrew Jackson doesn't have any backups. They only have 23 players dressed. Andrew Jackson has 23 players dressed, and they lead Chesterfield 49-0. The clock is rolling.
If you have 23 players dressed, that actually really comes to as a surprise to me, because if I remember correctly, Chesterfield was pretty decent last year. Did they lose a lot? I haven't been keeping up with them this year.
Not a ton. I think they're going through a transition year.
Okay. Well, you have got 23 players suited up and you're up 49-0?
Yeah.
At that point, you're just stat padding.
Well, you can't play anybody else. You're just kind of hanging out at that point.
You get a touchdown. You get a touchdown. Yeah. You get a tackle. You get a tackle. You get a reception. You get a reception.
Meek Slidell to Nick Means was the touchdown with 5 seconds left to draw Dorman within 2. As again, they trail the Vikings of Spartanburg 23-21 at the halftime break.
Chapin is hoping to get on the board as they are back in the third quarter. Chapin has the ball on the Lexington 26 as they are about to run a play here. I will update you if anything crazy happens.
Efforting to see what happens there. So we got games that are moving into the halftime break. We got games moving out of halftime breaks and moving into the third quarter. Looking here at Beaufort, trying to get a score here against Colleton County. I'll have to get that one outside or during the break and get it to you on the other side. Hour number 2 in the books. Hour number 3 coming up here on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission. On the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cotman Transmission. On the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you on a Friday night. It's Friday, October. Don't put me back to August. Friday, October the 10th. Games galore across the state. We got games moving And at halftime, Silver Bluff leads Keenan 27-8.
Honestly, man, I wouldn't mind going back to August. This is fun.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time.
Well, then you'd have blowout city in a lot of games. So total yards right now in this Dutch Fork White Knoll game: Dutch Fork 189, White Knoll 159. Leaders: Dutch Fork's Quentin Wilson, 13 carries, 78 yards, 3 touchdowns. Jais McKeever, quarterback for White Knoll, 6 of 15, 89 yards, and 6 carries for 97. He's ran for more yards than he's thrown for, starting quarterback for the Timberwolves. While we got games
My goodness.
in their halftime breaks, I like to do this, Kale, when we have a few minutes to look ahead. Obviously, the high school slate is sort of the table setter, for your Saturday and for your Sunday. If we look around the country tomorrow, let's go to the ACC first. Florida State hosts Pitt at noon. SMU hosts Stanford on the CW at noon. Georgia Tech hosts Virginia Tech at 3:30. North Carolina State goes to Notre Dame at 3:30. Wake Forest goes to Oregon State. That's right. Wake Forest is traveling to Oregon State in the middle of October at 3:30 on the CW. So
Oregon
again, you got
State is 0-6.
Yeah.
So if Wake Forest wins, Oregon State will no longer have hopes to make a bowl game. It's happened before. Starting 0-6 and making a bowl game. Miami, Ohio did it in, I think, 2017. But it started out 0-6, finished 6-6. How do I know that? Because I'm a football nerd.
That's fair. And then at 7:30 in Chestnut Hill, Clemson goes to Boston College. Again, another opportunity for Clemson to continue to try to get right after that rough start to the season. In the Big 12, the American Fun Conference, Cincinnati hosts UCF. Oklahoma State hosts Houston on TNT. Colorado hosts the Cyclones of Iowa State at 3:30. TCU goes to K-State at 3:30 as well. And then the Nighters, Kansas is at Texas Tech. Number 9 Texas Tech, by the way, at 7:30. BYU is at Arizona at 8. And then Arizona State goes to Utah at 10:15. In the Big 10, Rutgers plays Washington starting right now.
Yeah, I was about to say Washington and Rutgers. They just took the field. I've got that game on my computer.
Illinois hosts number 1 Ohio State at noon tomorrow. Michigan State hosts UCLA at noon. The 3:30 game on CBS, it's a classic Big Ten rivalry. It's Indiana and Oregon. Penn State hosts Northwestern at 3:30. Penn State better beat Northwestern tomorrow. Maryland hosts Nebraska at 3:30 as well. In the nightcaps, Iowa goes to Wisconsin. Michigan goes across the country. They play Southern Cal at 7:30. And at 7:30 on the Big Ten Network, Minnesota is hosting Purdue at 7:30. And then let's go to the Southeastern Conference, because I don't think we've had a better slate of SEC games to this point in the season until right now. Alabama goes to Missouri tomorrow. They kick off at noon. Alabama currently 2.5 over Missouri. Ole Miss hosts Washington State. Snooze at 12:45 on the SEC Network. The Red River Shootout at 3:30. Oklahoma, the number 6 team in the country, plays Texas at the Cotton Bowl at the Texas State Fair, and one of the most glorious scenes in college football as the field is divided at the 50. It's just one of the best scenes in college
There's
football.
not many games where they do that at.
That's the only game they do that. Georgia and Florida do it by the
End zones.
By the end zones.
Okay. I was about to bring that up, but I didn't. I should know this.
Well,
I'm kind of.
so it depends on what side of the field you're going into. It just gets crazy loud. Tennessee hosts Tennessee hosts the Bobby Petrino-led Arkansas Razorbacks at 4:15. Tennessee favored by 9.5. That should be higher.
I think. Is it bad that I'm tempted to take Arkansas?
Yes, it's very bad. It's very bad because they can't stop anybody. Texas A&M is hosting Florida. Is Florida for real? No. I think Texas A&M bludgeons them tomorrow night. Georgia goes to Auburn. They go to Jordan-Hare at 7:30 for just the Deep South's oldest rivalry. Number 10 Georgia goes to Auburn. Georgia's a 3.5-point favorite.
That game always scares me when it's at Jordan-Hare, man.
Georgia should win that game by 10. And then the nightcap, South Carolina goes to LSU, 7:45 kickoff on the Bayou Eastern Time. Central Time will be a 6:45 kickoff at Tiger Stadium. The Gamecocks looking to beat the Tigers of LSU for the first time since 1994. That was when this hat that I'm wearing tonight was popular.
Would you like a fun fact?
Sure.
When South Carolina defeated LSU, my father was a graduate assistant on the football staff as a coach.
So he was the reason. He was the reason they won. In the rain.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying it was a fun fact.
Steve Tannehill was on that team. So was Brandon Bennett. Brandon Bennett threw a touchdown pass in that game. LSU was not very good. I mean, LSU was good. They were in a little bit of a dip. South Carolina almost got them the next year in '95. But yeah, they haven't beaten them since 1994. Got a chance to do it tomorrow.
Keeping up the Tiger talk. How about Saluda leading Peelian at half, 24-0?
That is a bit shocking. I can tell you the person that I was watching, or that I was keeping up with that was at that game has since left that game and gone to White Knoll.
Really?
Yeah, he left that game.
Wow.
He said, I'm out of here. I'm going to White Knoll.
How about this? Fairfield Central trailing 22-8 to Chester. Is that Fairfield Central? Is that who they're playing? That's what I figured. I saw FC, so I was trying to make sure. And then McBee trails C.A. Johnson 24-14.5.
Trails them?
That's what it says. That's what Lou Bajak just tweeted.
Great day. They were leading in that ball game not too long ago. Fighting Rick Henry's.
Hey, man, you can never guess what's going to happen next in South Carolina high school football on a Friday night.
That's fair. I'm pretty shocked by that. Let's see. White Knoll is getting the ball back to start the second half. They trail by 3.
I just saw Lou posted that Jaius McKeever had a big run.
That was before the halftime break.
Oh, that was before the halftime break?
Right before they went to halftime, yeah.
Okay, because it said 4 minutes.
Is what I'm seeing. As he tweeted that out, that's what I'm seeing. I think that was just before the halftime break. Could be wrong.
Wow.
That's what I'm assuming.
Lexington just drained a 49-yard field goal.
Really?
13-0, 6:27 left in the third. But a 49-yard field goal in high school? That's pretty impressive, dude.
Yeah, that's a leg.
That is a leg.
AC Flora leads 35-7 over Arnie. Arnie still searching for win number 1. They will continue to search for win number 1.
I feel bad for them. They had to reload a lot.
They did.
They were a really good team last year, but after Will Wilson left and Blake Patet transferred, and I know they had a bunch of other guys leave, I knew this was going to be a rebuilding year, but I didn't think I would be taking them this long to find their first win. I do feel bad for them.
North Myrtle Beach over Socastee 30-6.
Some little coastal football for you.
Hey, listen, the Low Country's got it rocking and rolling right now. There's some great games down there tonight.
I believe it.
Great games all across the state, by the way. As we're in this halftime break. Some games are starting to get going again. Like I said, North Myrtle Beach and Socastee got 4.5 remaining in the third quarter, so they're going to be wrapping up here within the next hour. Clinton leads Chesney 35-10 as they just get started in the third quarter as well. So that game is back underway after the halftime break. Andrew Jackson into the third quarter. They lead Chesterfield 63-0. And we're already looking at possibly the high water mark of scores tonight being Andrew Jackson with 63 on the board. Carolina Forest defeats St. James tonight 48-0. There's your first final of the evening.
You said it was 48-0?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first final of the night?
First final.
Well, I'm glad the live stream didn't work.
Yeah.
I don't think I was missing much.
48-0 in that ball game. Again, a lot of rain in the Low Country and on the coast tonight. There's just this system. I'm going to get weather nerd on you. There's just a system just sitting out in the ocean and it's just churning that rain up onto the coast. Shouldn't really affect anything here in the Midlands, but definitely made for a wet night of football down on the coast. Some of those games, I believe, got moved up just a bit.
Rutgers just struck first in the game against Washington.
There you go.
I know it's not high school, but
Fighting Rutgers.
Something going on right now. The pride of New Jersey.
Banks Boughton tiptoes the sidelines, and Gaffney leads Burns 21-10 to start the second half. So Gaffney now an 11-point lead over the Fighting Reggie Shaws and Burns. And Tyler Waller, 17-yard touchdown pass to Caleb Berry, the Gray Collegiate. All right. I'm just going to stop saying it. 3:26 left to go in the third quarter. They lead 6-2-0. I just want to get the score out.
When you made that pause, I knew that it wasn't going to be good.
62-0 in the third quarter.
I am so sorry, my man.
They're gonna set the high water mark tonight.
Well, Andrew Jackson leads Chesterfield 63-0 at the end of the third.
Yeah, they're at the end of the third. Gray still's got 3 minutes left to go in the third. They're good for another 20 points.
You're not doing the worst in the state.
Nah. I'm not.
You're not down by 63. You're only down by 62. It could always be worse, Justin.
White Knoll has fumbled the snap. Second turnover of the game. Dutch Fork recovers. They've got the ball at the 44 of White Knoll.
Oh, man. That's rough.
Just letting you know that game could get turned on its head very quickly. Very, very quickly. Dorman, both all-star defensive linemen, Zay Meadows was ejected earlier tonight, and Waring is hurt. So again, that's impacting that game, Spartanburg and Dorman, as Dorman's down a couple of guys on the defensive side of the football, specifically.
Richland Northeast just kicked a field goal from the 20 to make the deficit just a little less, a little more respectable. AC Flora leads 35-10.
Well, you're getting guys some work. Mountain View leads Chapman 29-7 at the halftime break. It's senior night for Mountain View Prep.
I thought oh wait, never mind. You had already said the Gray Collegiate.
Yeah. Let's not repeat it. Mid Carolina, just for my sanity. Mid Carolina leads Columbia 11-8. Southside Christian over Palmetto 21-3. Hartsville over Crestwood 27-21. Patrick Henry trails Colin Prep 38-6. Williamsburg Academy leads Lee Academy 29-0. Wilson Hall over Trinity 14-10. Cross over Scotts Branch 22-6. The Lions of Louisville lead Lee Central 34-14. We mentioned C.A. Johnson over McBee 24-14. East Clarendon over Kingstree 14-0. Kingstree's off to a good start in region play. I'd have to go just really quick here and flip over to my 1A standings.
Before you get to that, big update as Jackson Knotts just took a big sack from White Knoll, and I can't see what down it is. Lou Bezak just tweeted it 57 seconds ago.
Okay. Defense going to make the difference here. Kingstree is 3-4 on the season. They've been outscored by 70 points, but they're 2-1 in region play, and they lead their region right now at 2-1. But they trail East Clarendon 14-0. East Clarendon is 5-1 and 1-1 in the region, and they're outscoring opponents 172-52. I'll just say it. The worst thing you can say in high school football and college football is this. You ready? You are what your record says you are. It's the most ridiculous axiom in the history of sports.
I don't agree with that.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard every time I hear it. Sometimes you're not.
It's extremely ridiculous.
Sometimes you're not what your record says you are. The St. Joseph's Catholic Knights lead 52-0. And
52-0.
Yep.
What quarter are we in? Are we at halftime?
Clock is running in the third quarter. 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Clock is on the move.
That sounds appropriate.
We got a lot of running clocks right now, which is smart.
That's pretty appropriate.
Yeah, I'm looking at this sack from White Knoll. Oh boy.
Wow.
Big loss of about 8.
Newberry leads 5-1 Fox Creek 41-7, and in the third.
Run that by me again.
Newberry leads 5-1 Fox Creek 41-7 in the third.
41-7?
Yes.
Newberry would move to 8-0.
Dutch Fork does nothing with the recovered fumble. White Knoll has the ball at their own 20 after the punt.
Okay.
End of the third quarter, Gray 62, Airport 0.
Thank you.
We won't say anything else.
Thank you.
Don't
Fox
worry.
Creek,
I'm
Creek's
here
trailing.
for you, Justin.
Thank you. Fox Creek is trailing 41-0.
Oh, it said 41-7.
41-7. Coming into tonight.
Okay.
They've given up 41 points tonight. Coming into tonight, they had given up 51.
So is this more of Newberry's
really
just
good.
that good?
Newberry's really good.
So it's not that Fox Creek just isn't good?
No, it's not that at all. I mean, Fox Creek has been outscoring their opponents 267-51 coming into tonight. They're 5-1. This is their region opener.
I was just wanting to get your take.
No, Newberry.
I thought Newberry was just that good when I heard this.
Yeah, it's not. It has nothing to do with. It has some to do with Fox Creek. Both teams are playing, but
More to do with Newberry's just that good than Fox
Yeah.
Creek is not doing good.
yeah, I would agree with that. And my other point here is Newberry's going to move to 8-0.
When was the last time that happened?
2017.
When was the last time
2018.
Newberry won a state title?
Efforting. Give me
It
a
hasn't been recent. It
No.
clearly hasn't been.
Let me do some research there on that one, and I'll let you know.
Well, with
Once I have it.
is it Jamel Hauser? Is that his name? When you've got that guy playing tight end for you, it's not hard to move the ball.
No, it's not. They're really good. They're really good. They're really good offensively. Newberry's got a legitimate shot at winning a state championship here if you're keeping track of it. We'll hit a break. We'll come back. I'll do some work on that Newberry question, and we'll have more scores for you right after this on the High School Scoreboard Show on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you. That's about the fifth time I've almost said Elijah Campbell, but he's in Baton Rouge.
Got a lot of updates to give.
A lot, and I just want to let you know that I'm looking at Newberry's history when it comes to high school football, and I will tell you that it looks like their last state championship came in 2014.
That's more recent than I expected.
2014 and a runner-up in 2006.
Okay.
But again, those numbers are preliminary. If you're a big fan of Newberry, please don't hate me for not getting those correct. But
Hey,
just let me
Newberry
know.
College isn't the only thing there.
That's true. How about this? Northwestern is up 35-26 on Fort Mill.
It was 35-13.
Yeah. Here come the Fighting Jack Veltries of Fort Mill. Be
Hey,
careful.
I'm glad that Fort Mill didn't give up. I'm glad that they're still trying to make it a game. Lots of times when you get in a deficit like that, the morale goes down a bunch.
19-yard touchdown run by Tristan Lewis on a zone read. The Eagles answer right back on Greenville's score. Extra point attempt, no good. Greenwood leads Greenville 27-14. 9 minutes to go in the ball game. End of the third quarter, Northside Christian trails Orangeburg Prep 27-13. Early in the third quarter, Irmo scores. They are up 42-14 on River Bluff.
We don't have to talk about that game.
Sure we do.
No,
Lancaster,
we don't.
Lancaster leads Dreher 20-7. Tarek Skubal has 10 strikeouts through 4 innings. Just throw that out there. Just let that sit over there on the side as a baseball update. Rock Hill is up 20-7 after a 43-yard touchdown run. They're up on Nation Ford right now with 1:43 to go in the third quarter. Going to the fourth quarter, Gilbert leads Midland Valley 21-7.
Is this the shocker of the night?
It's
making a run for it.
Don't let Coach Oz hear me say that. It's making a run. It's in contention for me. Thomas Hayward defeats Andrew Jackson Academy 49-14.
That's our second final score of the night.
It is, and I have a note here from Jamie. Thank you, Jamie, on Twitter. X, the artist formerly known as Twitter. He says, program to watch and cover Skiza 1A, but the flagship program in that classification is Williamsburg Academy. And Jamie gives us a note here. Let me make sure I get this right. I want to find...
As you say that, we just hit another final, but I'll let you read
No, go ahead. What's your final?
Andrew Jackson destroys Chesterfield 65-0. So
Okay,
Andrew Jackson and Andrew Jackson Academy both just finished.
Okay, excellent work. And we'll probably be hearing from Chris Deering here shortly because that game was the one he was at. Williamsburg Academy and Dorchester Academy. But Williamsburg Academy is 6-0 this season. They're 1-0 in region. And they've scored 220 points on offense, and they've surrendered 65 on defense. Since 2020, Jamie tells me on Twitter that Williamsburg Academy has a 48-8 record since 2020. 48-8. 2 state titles, 6-0 so far in 2025. In the last 5 seasons, they've outscored their opponents by over 1,200 points.
Are they still in 2A, or did they move up to 3A? Oh, they're in 1A now.
They're 1A.
They were in 2A a couple years ago.
Yeah, they dropped down.
But I've known that they have been very good in skis of the last few years.
It's J.S. McKeever with another draw play, and it's a touchdown. Dutch Fork trails.
Wow.
White Knoll now. It's 24-20 in the third quarter. I'm just gonna look at the camera here because we're streaming on YouTube. I'm just gonna look right here. At the camera. I am sorry for saying the winning team only needed to score 17 points. Okay, we're back. It's 24-20. They combined for 44.
So first you're a Hammond apologist.
Yep.
Now you're a White Knoll apologist.
No, I'm not a White Knoll apologist.
Well,
what
you
I'm saying
just apologized to
I
White Knoll.
apologize to White Knoll. I'm a Hammond apologist in that I just have a close connection with Hammond. I have close connection with White Knoll too. That I'm looking at the end zone. I can tell you my house is like right there.
I do have a couple more updates if you want me to give them real quick.
Roll on 'em.
Ridgeview, last time this update came out 7 minutes ago, leads Lugoff Elgin 19-0 at the end of the third quarter. Chester leads Fairfield Central 29-8. They forced a turnover on downs and go 48 yards in 2 plays. I'm sorry if I said the name wrong. Hudaifa Taylor finishes it off with a 10-yard run. And then Lexington puts up another 49-yard field goal to take a 16-0 lead. Whoever Lexington's kicker is, he's got a leg. That's a phenomenal. 2 49-yarders in the high school level is phenomenal, man. You don't see that very often.
No, the last time I saw that was he kicked at Airport, went on to kick at Tennessee. He was a punter for Tennessee.
So it sounds like this kid could go at the D1 level.
Yeah.
If you know what, because
kickers don't grow on trees.
no, they don't. And because they don't go on trees, I'm actually going to make sure that I'm able to get this kid's name so I can give him his proper dues. Gavin Kovac. 2 kicks for 49 yards, 3 field goals in total. Very good performance. If Lexington pulls this game out, which they definitely should if they're up 16-0 and they've held Chapin scoreless for this long, I think he deserves the game ball, in my opinion.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm playing
For kickers.
kicker's advocate here.
Yeah, you're a kicker apologist now.
How about this? AC Flora just continues to put it on R&E as they now lead 42-10. Caden Brown, 32-yard touchdown run. 1 minute, 21 seconds left in the third quarter.
Looking at this Jaius McKeever touchdown, just want to see how this shaped out. I mean, he scores on a draw play from outside the 20-yard line. I mean, that is a...
Has he been responsible for both of their touchdowns?
Ooh. And he made a man miss. I don't know if he's scored 2 or 3, but what I'll tell you is he just put one in there from outside the 20 and made a man miss at about the 3 or 4 yard line.
I just watched it. Yeah.
I'm going to say it. That was a very Lenora Sellers thing of him to do.
All right, I've officially come to the decision. Next week, Justin, your game of the week will be White Knoll at Irmo.
Okay.
I'm making the decision now.
I look forward to hearing you talk to either Coach Nicholas Pelham
or Coach
Aaron Brand. Both great for high school football. Hey, score update. Nolan O'Hara to Amir Lynch. Touchdown Airport. It's 62-7. Not getting shut out tonight, folks. Ain't having it. You don't just waltz into Airport and shut them out. Actually, that did happen a couple times.
Soaring high, man.
Hey.
Soaring high.
Hey,
we may have gotten shut out, but we didn't get shut out against Gray.
It's my alma mater.
Didn't you play there too?
No, I didn't play there.
Oh.
No.
I thought you played.
No, I didn't play there. But I went there all 4 years and watched a team go from 10-0 in a second round exit to Darlington, Hartsville actually. Then 8-2, then 6-4, then 4-6.
Well, let me just tell you this: 4-6 right now sounds like a dream season.
You would like to get four wins, get you in the playoffs, but
at least you didn't experience a winless season there.
I did not in football. We did mention Andrew Jackson over Chesterfield. That might be the shocking one of the night.
Quentin Wilson gets a huge run, but he got injured. Quentin Wilson just got injured.
Okay.
Lou Bajak says Quentin Wilson continues his big night with a long run. Wilson is injured.
All right. So now things start to change.
Obviously, hoping Wilson gets better, and don't know how the severity of the injury has not been reported. Hoping it's not a severe injury.
Hoping not.
You never want that.
So Andrew Jackson beat Chesterfield 65-0. Coming into tonight, Chesterfield was 3-3. So was Andrew Jackson. But that Andrew Jackson offense had only scored 135 points all year. They scored 65 tonight.
Score update. Touchdown Wildcats. Lexington with a 8-yard touchdown run extends their lead over Chapin 23-0. And I think you can hear the fat lady singing now.
Well, the field goal to open the game would have been enough.
All right.
It would have been, based on how the game's going.
I mean, yes, but it still would have made it entertaining if it was still 3-0 right now.
Quentin Wilson is having a day. I mean, he's running away from guys there on that run, but it looked like that could be an ankle.
I did want to ask, do you have another update on the Irma River Bluff game?
I have not seen one other than 42-14. It's the last one.
Do you know who had the touchdowns for River Bluff? Do you by chance know?
I do not.
Okay. I was wondering if Darius Carter had the touchdowns. He has been the backbone of our receiving core this season. Transferred in from Ridgeview, and he's definitely been the backbone of our receiving core this year. So I had to ask.
I have not seen specific touchdowns at this point, but of course the stats will come through a little bit later. Through 3 quarters, And Chester leads Fairfield Central 29-8. Rock Hill with a 48-yard touchdown pass, 27-14 over Nation Ford.
Oh, goodness.
With 11 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Early in the third quarter, Dorman has taken the lead on Spartanburg. It's 27-23 coming out of the halftime break. The Cavaliers back on top. A back-and-forth ball game there. Beaufort is up 14-0 in their ball game. T.L. Hanna taking care of business. And looking again here for some updates from Lou Bajak and others who are at this game between White Knoll and Dutch Fork. End of the third quarter, Flora leads R&E 42-10 as they go to the fourth there. End of the third quarter, Rock Hill over Nation Ford 27-14. End of the third quarter in Midland Valley, and Gilbert leads Midland Valley 21-7. And if that game continues to roll on, I expect we hear from Coach Oz here in a little bit from the Gilbert Indians.
I will never complain about some chaos, man. I'll never complain about upsets or chaos.
I prefer it that way. Well, I'll tell you this, and here's...
I've got another score update for you when you want it.
What you got?
Greenwood Christian takes scores 14 unanswered, leads Thomas Sumter 21-14 in the fourth quarter.
40-yard touchdown run by Trey Crawford for Greenwood. 2-point conversion is good. They lead Greenville 35-14. 5 minutes to go in the ball game. You can ice it. That's the ball game there. Greenwood's going to get a win over Greenville. 5 minutes left. I don't see Greenville.
Officially the end of the third quarter. White Knoll leads 24-20. Dutch Fork 4th and goal on the 2 to start the fourth quarter.
Big-time moment coming up. We'll hit that one because it's going to happen when we come back. More of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission coming up on the game. Welcome back into the high school scoreboard show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson with you. First play of the fourth quarter, Jackson Knotts on 4th and goal at the 2. Dutch Fork takes the lead. It's 27-24 with 11:53 to go in the ball game. And that, my friends, is the game of the week.
But I thought it wasn't going to be the game of the week midway through.
No. I've already apologized for that. We don't have to bring that up anymore. We don't have to bring that up anymore. I was hedging. That's called hedging. I'm guarded against a game where Dutch Fork. I'm still guarded against a game where I think Dutch Fork might be pushed and might lose. I'm just very guarded against that because oftentimes we see that possibly happening, and then we just get let down in terms of the game gets put away in the third quarter, and this is Greenwood falls on a fumble in the end zone. It is now 42-14.
Man.
Greenwood over Greenville. Greenwood, the Eagles rolling over Greenville. And how about this? They're both going to move to 3-1 on the year. And, wow, coming into tonight, Greenville had surrendered 82 points defensively. They've given up 42 tonight. 35, because
that's over half of their season total.
Now, Greenwood needs Hannah to lose because T.O. Hannah does have a win over Greenwood right now. They actually need T.O. Hannah to lose twice.
Was that a 1-point win? Or was that overtime?
T.O. Hannah?
Yes, I remember that game being very close.
It was close. I don't think it was overtime though. Dorman was overtime with Greenwood.
That's right. West Florence, Chase Anderson, 54-yard touchdown pass to Malachi Hall midway through the third. Knights in control of the Bengals in Flowtown as they lead 21-0. Blythewood 2 punts and a turnover on downs.
Gaffney 21, Burns 13. The end of the third quarter, when play resumes to start the fourth, the Indians of Gaffney will have the ball at their own 38-yard line. 3rd down and 4 coming up for Gaffney. Clennon leads Chesney 43-23. That one nearing the fourth quarter there. We mentioned 42-14 Greenwood over Greenville. Northwestern has pulled ahead of Fort Mill. They lead Fort Mill 42-26 as that one is moving into the fourth quarter. Loris 42, Waccamaw 7.
Goodness gracious. I got a couple college scores for you real quick. Beginning of the third quarter, South Florida, the 24th ranked Bulls taking their first lead of the night on the road in Denton Texas.
Denton, Texas. Yeah.
Denton, Texas. Leading the Mean Green 28-21. Rutgers going across the country doesn't affect them. Up 10-0 in the first over the Huskies. If Rutgers can pull this off, that'd be a huge win for that program and for that team. And this one is a little bit of a surprise. It's a Mountain West game, but 1-4 Colorado State up on 5-1 Fresno State. 14-0, 2:31 left in the first. I'm never able to predict games in the Mountain West on Friday nights. Just when I think I got it figured out, something crazy happens.
Who is?
Are you a betting man, Justin?
No.
I was about to say I feel pity for the man.
I like my money too much.
I feel pity for someone that decided to bet on Fresno State tonight.
I get squeamish making picks without anything being on the line. By the way, news coming out. This is according to On3. A bus carrying members of the Georgia Bulldogs support staff was struck by another vehicle on Friday afternoon.
Oh, no.
As the bus was on its way to the Auburn football game. The bus was heading south on Highway 316 toward I-85. According to a spokesperson at the University of Georgia, there were no injuries, and they were placed on a new bus shortly after. There were no Georgia players on the bus, as the football team and its coaches are set to fly out of Athens later in the afternoon. Okay. A motor coach bus was traveling when struck by a pickup truck as it traveled to an intersection. The driver of the pickup was transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, and no injuries were reported on the motor coach bus. So the support staff for UGA in good condition, and they continue to make their way towards Auburn, Alabama for one of the best rivalry games in the SEC.
Well, I'm very glad that no life-threatening injuries happened.
No kidding. That's a scary situation.
I have another update for you.
Okay.
Raleigh Salters comes up recovering a fumble. Dutch Fork has the ball at the White Knoll 34.
White Knoll's had how many turnovers now tonight? 3?
3, but guess what? That's not an automatic score because the last fumble that Dutch Fork came up with, they didn't do anything with the ball.
Yeah, but how
many times does their defense get stopped though?
Yeah, how many times are you gonna play
Especially
with fire?
since they just went on a huge long drive.
Right. Dorman leads 27-23 going to the fourth quarter over Spartanburg.
After being down 23-7, man.
Long way from over. D'Angelo Bryant's team gets the win tonight, 62-7, Gray Collegiate over Airport. And as I look at that region,
no shutout.
No, you don't come into Airport and get a shutout. Gray Collegiate now moves to 4-0 in the region, 5-2 overall. I mean, North Augusta needs them to lose twice. Gray Collegiate, I think.
Who does Gray have remaining on their schedule? I know they haven't played Gilbert yet.
They do have to play Gilbert, which could, seeing what Gilbert's doing tonight.
Jackson Knotts to Stone Furry, 36-yard touchdown, 34-24, 9:48 left. Dutch Fork.
Yeah,
does that seal it?
Over? No, it doesn't seal it. But I don't trust White Knoll to be able to score 2 touchdowns in 9 minutes without some craziness. I mean, I just don't. I haven't seen it.
Craziness has happened tonight.
I haven't seen it from that offense yet. That they can do something like that. Once I see that, then we can think about it. But
Dutch Fork has 14 points off White Knoll turnovers.
There it is. There's your difference. And how many points are they leading by? 10?
10.
Yeah, there you go. There's your difference. It's turnovers, man. You can't turn the ball over in games like this. Not against an offense that's that potent.
Or against Dutch Fork.
Yeah.
Just against Dutch Fork in general.
The remaining schedule for Gray Collegiate, they got South Aiken next week at home. Then they go to Aiken, and then they host Gilbert on Halloween night. So by my calculation, and I could be wrong on this, the teams they have to play are South Aiken, Aiken, and Gilbert. The 4th place, the 5th place, and the 6th place teams in this region.
The team that I feel like has the best chance of beating Gray is Gilbert, and I don't see Gray losing any of those games. But I didn't see Midland Valley losing to Gray or losing to Gilbert.
They'd be 4-0. They're 4-0 after tonight, and North Augusta's 3-1. Midland Valley's probably going to fall to 2-2. So it's just North Augusta that can beat them. North Augusta needs Gray to lose twice because Gray holds the tiebreaker over them with the win. So in my opinion, Gray can't clinch the region until that game against Aiken on the road, but they could clinch the region on the road that night.
Update: Greenwood Christian extends their lead over Thomas Sumter 28-14 in the 4th. Doesn't say how much time is left, but it kind of seems like that game is out of reach now, unless some craziness happens.
14 seconds to go. In the 3rd quarter, Clennon leads Chesney 43-29, and Kerry Carpenter just hit a 2-run homer for the Tigers. Detroit takes a 2-1 lead in the 6th inning in Seattle in Game 5 of the American League Division Series. So keeping an eye on that one as well, because there's obviously high stakes there. Oceanside Collegiate gets the win over North Charleston. I had this game circled as a game that you might want to keep an eye on because North Charleston's actually surprised a lot of people this year. North Charleston coming into tonight, if I can get to my 3A standings here. North Charleston was 5-1, 1-0 in the region. They had only surrendered 77 points all season defensively. They got beat by Oceanside tonight 49-6. Again, which...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
A Skiza 4A matchup. Last update: Northwood Academy leads Porter-Gaud 21-7. It said 3 minutes left in the 2nd. That's the last update. But that's just the last one we got.
How many more wins does Northwood need to clinch that region?
They're 6-1 right now. Porter-Gaud's 3-4. Looking at the standings, Hammond's right behind them at 3-1 in the standing and region play. Northwood's 4-0.
Problem is, you got the tiebreaker to come into effect. You need Northwood to lose twice.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, we're at that point.
I don't know how the Skiza playoffs work. Does this mean that I'm assuming Hammond and Northwood will most likely not be put in the same bracket?
Most likely not.
So this sounds like the only way they would meet again is if they both made it to the state title game.
Correct.
I'm interested to see what bracket Heath would be put into. If they get put into the same bracket as Hammond,
they could beat Hammond.
I mean, they definitely could, since they almost did in the regular season. But
right.
I don't know. I would like to see a Northwood Hammond rematch in the state title. That'd be cool.
I would as well. Heading to the fourth quarter before we hit a break to wrap up hour number 3. Heading to the fourth quarter at Somerville, James Island has taken the lead. It's 9-7. Trojans over the Green Wave in a defensive struggle down in Somerville.
Oh, we just hit a final.
What you got?
Ridgeview defeats Lugoff Elgin 26-0.
Expected, maybe not by that score, but expected Ridgeview to get a win there, and not shocked that they did over Lugoff Elgin. Again, Ridgeview continued to try to put themselves in position and try to make a run at a region crown here. They're one of the better teams in the state. It just took them a while to get going due to some injuries, but now they've got the ball rolling, and you could see them legitimately challenge in that region to get a home field home game in the playoffs. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 3 of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission after this on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson with you on a Friday night. We got a score update, game update. It's 34-24 Dutch Fork over White Knoll. White Knoll driving, they get in the Dutch Fork territory, bubble screen, interception. So 6:51 to go. Dutch Fork got the ball back. They lead by 10.
Turn out the lights.
Yeah, you can put that game on ice.
The party's over.
'Over. Yeah, that game is done.
We got a score update. 34-24 Dutch Fork over White Knoll. White Knoll driving, they get in the Dutch Fork territory, bubble screen, interception. So 6:51 to go. Dutch Fork got the ball back. They lead by 10. Turn out the lights. The party's over. Yeah, that game is done. No longer a shutout. You're not playing the Chapin Eagles and putting up a shutout. Chapin gets on the board with 4 minutes 34 left in the fourth. Lexington leads 22-7.
About Mark, he'll call us in a little bit to talk about this game. Chapin scores on a 7-yard pass from a starting safety because both Chapin QBs went down with injuries tonight. I
saw that they were starting a sophomore tonight. I didn't see that he went down with an injury, though.
Yeah.
That's just an unfortunate situation for Chapin, man.
Amari Harley is the one who jumped the route and made the interception between 3 receivers.
Good Lord. Three
turnovers for White Knoll tonight.
Hold up. Stop the presses. Brandon Mack, Wildcat touchdown. Dreher Blue Devils. Lancaster's lead is cut 20-13.
There you go. Here comes Dreher trying to make it a ball game late in that one. Final score for Midland Valley. Gilbert 21, Midland Valley 14.
Wow.
Final.
Wow. Where'd you see that at?
Midland Valley High School Sports, at Valley FB on Twitter gives me that one. Just saw that come across my screen. So we are going to go ahead and industry term. We are going to start efforting Coach Oz to join us on the program because that is a big win for Gilbert. Again, if I look at the region standings, Gilbert's going to move to 2-2 and 3-4 overall. Still getting outscored by about 50 points, but put themselves in position. Now they're up there with South Aiken at 2-2. They're tied with, and they have the tiebreaker for Midland Valley. Have they played South Aiken yet this season?
Gilbert?
Yeah.
I want to say they have. Let me check. Let me just check real quick. I'm checking right now. I got their schedule pulled up. Yes, they lost 14-17.
Okay, so they hold the tiebreaker over Midland Valley.
Week.
They hold the tiebreaker over Midland Valley, but not South Point. So keep that in mind as we move toward South Aiken.
South Point?
They definitely don't hold the tiebreaker over South Point because they haven't played. But they don't hold the tiebreaker over South Aiken. Again, that's going to matter come when we start looking at region standings and
Gilbert
how it's going to shake out.
Has a stretch where they can really step up in the region play after winning tonight over Midland Valley. They play Brooklyn Casey next week, who's 2-5, and then they have their final home game of the season against your Airport Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
And then they play at Gray on Halloween night. I think that's pretty appropriate that they play their scariest game on Halloween because they're going to be having nightmares after they play Gray. That's all I'm going to say. But I think Gilbert's going to finish up 5-5.
Oh, that'd be a turnaround for them how the year started.
Definitely.
And we just reached out to Coach Oz to see if we can get him on here because I want to talk about that win for them because it's impressive stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because again, Midland Valley last week, whoo, buddy. Greenwood 42, Greenville 14. That is a final. Thank you to Bill on Twitter for that one. Greenwood establishes the ground. They gain 334 total yards of offense, Kale. 236 of that on the ground.
Jackson Knotts to Stone Furry. Ball at the 4-yard line of White Knoll.
That ball game's over. It's been over.
I'm just giving updates.
Lasted longer than I thought. I had that game ending, getting uninteresting.
Does it still count as game of the week? Don't take it back now.
In the Midlands?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Gilbert and Midland Valley might have a word, but I don't know how that
the shocker of the night? Before Coach starts listening.
In the Midlands right now, yes.
Hey, go Indians, man! I told you before we started before the show started. One of the guys that helps me at the games I go to, he played linebacker at Gilbert. He's a very proud alum right now. He texted me about the game.
I would say so. Greenwood in this game over Greenville, they outrushed Greenville. Here's how I know whether Greenwood wins a game or not. Okay? And here's why I'm just so uncertain about my initial prediction of Greenwood being a state championship contender. It's because sometimes that defense is just a sieve, man. They just give up rushing yards in chunks, and you look up and the other team scored 40 points and they've gotten like 10 yards passing. But tonight, they hold Greenville to 53 yards rushing.
Wow.
53 yards rushing, only 2 yards per rush. Meanwhile, they pick up 236 of their own. Tristan Lewis finishes the day 6 of 10 for 75 yards through the air, 13 carries for 60 yards, and 2 touchdowns. How about Trey Crawford? 17 carries for $142.
Goodness gracious!
At the running back position for
Pretty
Greenwood.
good.
That's how you
run the ball.
how you run the ball. That's how you get to 3-1 in your region.
Where's the run the ball sound effect? I'm gonna channel my inner Elijah real quick.
Channel it if you can find it.
Yeah,
I'll put
if
it
I can find it.
That is a game though that Greenwood needed desperately, and I mean desperately, in that region. After losing that game to Hannah a couple of weeks ago, they had to try to keep pace if they could. A bad snap sets up a negative play for Spartanburg. Dorman's got the ball at the Spartanburg 13. Dorman's already stormed back to take the lead here, and they could space it if you're not careful here. Wyman King Academy defeats Richard Wynn 54-16 to move to 7-0 on the season. Looking for a few more here. After a long pass, Kyle Henry 4-yard touchdown run. It is 41-24 Dutch Fork. That game was 24-20
At the beginning of the fourth.
about 15 minutes ago.
Well, we just hit another final. Actually, we hit a couple finals. Let's see. Wyman King Academy moves to 7-0 after defeating Richard Wynn 54-16. And Irmo puts up a rushing touchdown over the River Bluff Gators, 49-14 Irmo. Okay. Orangeburg Prep defeats Northside Christian 28-15.
And I've got one here, a final score. Hannah Pamplico, the Fighting Josh Turners, defeat Green Sea Floyds 48-0. Final score. Thanks to Brandon on Twitter for that one. Myrtle Beach leads Conway 49-19 with 5 minutes to go in the ball game. Burns has forced a 4th and 6. Gaffney's got it at the Rebel 41 with 3 minutes to play. Here's your scene for you before we take a break and end hour number 3. As we go to hour number 4, Gaffney leads 21-16. They are facing 4th down and 6 at the Burns 41 with 3 minutes to go. What does Donnie Littlejohn choose to do? Do they go for it and try to seal the win right here? Do they punt it and ride their defense? We'll find that out. Hour number 4 coming up on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show, presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you. Hour number 4 of the High School Scoreboard Show. By the way, just to recap what I set up going into the break, Gaffney went for it, and they got it.
So did they lead, or did they just get a first down?
Well, they are leading 21-16, but they were facing 4th down and 6 in Burns territory with 3 minutes to go. So that again, still 3 minutes to go, but you could see things unravel there if you're Gaffney, but converting there on 4th down.
I've got 2 updates myself. So we got another final score. Ware Shoals defeats McCormick 48-0. Fort Mill, pick 6. Northwestern leads 42-40.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Woo! Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Have a ball game there.
Oh yes.
Dillon over Ainer 39-11. That's a final. Saluda dispatches of Pillion 51-7. That's a final. Did not see that coming in terms of the score differential there. Final score in Lexington. Lexington takes down Chapin 29-7 is the final score there, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from Mark here shortly.
So I just saw the clip of the Fort Mill pick 6. There's 5 minutes left in the game. As soon as Fort Mill picked off the pass, the receiver that was intended on Northwestern didn't even try to tackle him. And they were contacting each other when the pick was made.
That's a
if Fort Mill comes back
tough moment
and wins,
gonna look back at that play.
That receiver is gonna hear it in the film room.
Knowing Coach Paige Walford, yep.
Final in Lexington after Markel Bird decides to put up a 50-yard run and the Wildcats try to make the win a little better. Lexington 29, Chapin 7.
Final score: Rock Hill and Nation Ford. Rock Hill gets the win 30-14. Final score from Dixie. Dixie defeats Whitmire 49-14. Want to thank Whitmire Baseball for tweeting that one out. I always enjoy seeing that. Yeah, 5 minutes to go in this ball game. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Okay, he didn't have to wait until film because I just saw the clip of it. The wide receiver's hearing it from the sideline right now, like in the moment of that play.
I mean, I think he should.
That's an unfortunate mental error. I will just put it that way. That is an unfortunate mental error by the wide receiver there to stop on the play.
I just got a updated text, but I think you already had that update. Gaffney 21-16, fourth quarter.
Gaffney 21-16, but they got another 4th down coming. This one from the Burns 14. Burns has used all 3 timeouts.
Do we know how much time's left?
4th and 1 with 2:25 to go.
Okay,
if Gaffney gets the first down here, it's over. They could kick the field goal if they wanted, but that would make it 24-16, and Burns gets the ball back with a chance for a score and a 2-point conversion to send it to overtime. I would not do that.
Wait, it said 2:25 for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I just got a text that there's 4 minutes.
Nah, it's 2:25 to go in that ball game.
Okay.
And final score from White Knoll: Dutch Fork 41, White Knoll 24. The Timberwolves will lick their wounds and head to Irmo next week.
Valiant effort by the Timberwolves, but you can't commit that many turnovers and expect to win the game. Should I still go to White Knoll, Irmo?
Yes, you should. You should. 100%. You should still go there for sure. North Myrtle Beach defeats Socastee 30-14. The game was called with 2:19 to go after an extended injury timeout for a North Myrtle Beach player, so that game goes final there. Tarek Scooball's night is done. The Tigers are up 2-1 in the 7th inning, but they are going to Kyle Finnegan. I'm stunned they're pulling Tarek Scooball right now. Stunned. I never understand how managers overthink things. Big win for the Indians tonight, of course. Gilbert gets the win over the Midland Valley Mustangs 21-14. And that final playoff spot in 4A could get very, very interesting if you're the Gilbert Indians.
I just got a call in for a final score. Didn't want to be put on the air, but final score: West Florence defeats Blythewood 21-7.
21-7, West Florence over Blythewood. And as I look to my handy dandy region standings, that kind of rhymed.
Does that put the Knights? That puts the Knights at 3-4, right? Would
it
that be
does,
correct?
And 2-1 in region.
That's
tied with Westwood in region play.
When do they play? Westwood and West Florence. Have they played yet? I didn't think they have.
We will find out here momentarily. We always appreciate the folks at Max Preps for making our job a little bit easier.
I know, right?
Let's see here. Westwood's schedule.
First down, Gaffney, 3 minutes to go. Oh,
Over.
sorry. Well, maybe not 3 minutes because you said 2:25 earlier.
Yeah, it's over.
But it's on the Burns 4-yard line.
It's over. Yeah.
Is it officially ended?
No, but that's over. That play means it's over.
Okay.
All right. Westwood took down
Spring Valley
last night. Westwood and West Florence play on the 24th. Westwood hosts Lugoff Elgin this week coming up. Lugoff Elgin will be 1-3. They're in desperation mode to try to move into position. West Florence the week after, and then Sumter.
Looking back at Ridgeview, I know I went to their game against Westwood when Westwood hosted Ridgeview. Ridgeview won lopsidedly, but the score didn't tell the tale of how the game really went because Westwood's defense kept them in the game for a long time. I remember when I gave in my report, I said I thought I thought that Westwood would end the regular season with probably 7 wins.
They're in position.
They are a good football team, man. Ridgeview's just that good.
Westwood's got 5 wins on the year now.
Who do they have remaining besides West Florence?
Lugoff Elgin and Sumter.
Okay. I don't think they'll beat Sumter. The other two are toss-ups, in my opinion.
And Ridgeview, I'm just looking here for the sake of conversation. Ridgeview now 3-0 in the region. Sumter did not play tonight, ?
I'll check to make sure. They might have had a bye week.
They did. They had a bye.
A bye week? Okay.
They had a bye. So they're off tonight. So they are now tied at the top of the standings, Ridgeview and Sumter. Ridgeview hosts West Florence next Friday night. Then they go to Sumter the week after. Could be a region title game there.
You said Ridgeview hosts who?
West Florence next week.
Ridgeview does? I thought they already played.
They have not played yet. That happens next week.
Oh, boy. Well, West Florence, enjoy your win tonight because next week's going to be rough.
Then Sumter the following week for Ridgeview. So you could see a region championship match on the 24th over in Sumter, South Carolina, between the Gamecocks and the Blazers. Got an update here. Let's see what we're working with here. Tarek Skubal, his night is done. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 13 strikeouts on 99 pitches. And they pull him in the 7th to go to Finnegan. And no better effort with the season on the line if you're Tarek Skubal. Rock Hill gets the win over Nation Ford 30-14. That's a final score. Looking for a few more here as we roll along. Dillon over Ainer 39-11. North Myrtle Beach 30-14. The final, we mentioned Dutch Fork and White Knoll. Orangeburg Wilkinson 18, Hanahan 12. That is a final. Touchdown Gaffney, they lead 28-16 over Burns. So that game's over. And Burns wasn't able to get the offense rolling tonight on the reservation against the Indians of Gaffney. Looking here for a few more scores. Myrtle Beach over Conway 56-19. And they keep the battle of the victory bell staying with Myrtle Beach here. Looking for a few more scores. Loris over Walkamaw 42-9. The Lions remain unbeaten.
And other news that we're not surprised about is that the sun rose this morning.
There you go. That's very much the case. Let's go to the phones. 803-404-6100. Willie is back on with us. What you got, Willie?
Willie's got a big smile on his face because you just mentioned it. It's a final. Orangeburg Wilkinson 18-12 over Hanahan Hawks. With that win, the Bruins are now 7-0 overall, but most importantly, 1-0 in region play. And you just mentioned our next opponent. It's going to be homecoming next Saturday at Bruins Stadium when we host the North Charleston Cougars. It's going to be a tough football game. Looking for a good time there. So congratulations to the Bruins, 7-0, 1-0 in region play. And also you mentioned it earlier, Orangeburg Prep will win over Northside Christian. So the Orangeburg schools are definitely in the house on WNKT.
All right, Willie. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Putting on for the hometown.
That's right.
We appreciate it, Willie. Thank you so much. Always love hearing from you, man, every Friday. We appreciate it. Let's stay on the phone lines and go to, all right, we'll get him in here in just a minute. I see Mark is calling in, so we'll make sure we'll get him on here in just a second. Looking for a few more final scores as we move forward. Cross over Scotts Branch, 38-6. Still 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes to go in that ball game. I think we've got Mark here. Let's see here. Yeah, we do. Mark is on with us on the high school scoreboard show. Mark, I know you guys ran into some injury troubles tonight, and of course, not a good night for the Chapin Eagles as they took on Lexington.
Listen, man, I know we're having a tough year, but don't hang up on me. I mean, what's going on over there? Yeah, Lexington 29, Chapin 7. They scored Markel Bird had a 50-yard run in garbage. So they were just trying to run the clock out, and he broke free. So 29-7. Chapin had the chance to take the first lead of the year. Beautiful drive, first quarter. And, I don't know. It's just one of those years. Our tailback gets into the end, right at the end zone, got hit, ball goes out the end of the end zone, touchback. So, and then, both of our QBs went down. Ian Black went down again. I didn't see what happened. Just like the Newberry game, he went out. I didn't see what happened, but Chase Stoker came in, and he got hurt. So we had our safety playing quarterback. And actually, the safety threw a touchdown early in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, it's just one of these years, man. Like, seriously, Justin, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
How any of this stuff is happening.
Mark, it sounds like you just got a really, really young team. And I think it'll come to work out in my opinion, because in a couple years this team will be full of seniors, and then you'll have guys full of experience that have experienced adversity, and that's when it'll all be worth it.
Oh, I agree. Like Chapin historically has been a very solid football program. It's just,
Agreed.
Obviously this year has just gone sideways. But I go to every game no matter where it is. Justin's well aware of the 2.5-hour drives and losing by a field goal with no time left to Stratford 2 years ago, and the wide receiver for Stratford caught the game-winning pass, like literally in the cheerleaders, and the refs for some reason said he was inbounds. So
you're still thinking about that one, huh?
Yeah. I'm a Chapin diehard. You guys know that. I'll let you go because I know there's a ton of great games around, and Spencer Rattler, come on, guys, gets his first win last week.
That was awesome.
Couldn't be happier for the guy. We're going to get number 2 this week against the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, let's watch a little game. Again, they're going to win tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And, again, love you guys. I want to hear all the scores because I've been watching this fiasco for the last 3 hours. Again, appreciate what you guys do. You guys are the best. I'll talk to you guys next week. Appreciate it.
That's Mark from Chapin on with us. Thank you, Mark. Always appreciate you calling in and chatting with us because we love hearing from you. Yeah, and Mark, you know this, and we talk about it all the time. It's just so cyclical in high school football. I mean, just a few years ago, we were talking about how dynamite that Chapin offense was with Brady Albro and just slinging that ball all around and doing all of that. So obviously, it's going to take some time to get the ship right, and it is what it is. We'll try to make your night better, though, by giving you some scores. We'll do that next. We'll hear from Coach Oz from Gilbert next as well. He's waiting. He'll wait patiently. I promise through the break we'll come back and have a full conversation with him right here on the High School Scoreboard Show on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission. On the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you on a Friday night. Let's go straight to the phones because he's waited patiently, and I want to honor his time. Coach Oz from the Gilbert Indians. Coach, I love your program. I mean it wholeheartedly. I'm not going to say I was stunned by the score tonight. I want to know how that happened, given the fact of what Midland Valley did to my Airport Eagles last week. How'd you guys pull this one off tonight?
Close a bunch of times this year. We were very frustrated by last week's loss to South Bacon. We felt like that wasn't us. Just the way that we played, and hats off to South Bacon who played well. But we knew this week that we needed just to buckle down and really just try to focus on us. That's what we did. The defensive staff had a great plan. Our defense has been our backbone all year long. Offensively, it's been hit or miss. It's been more miss than hit. And tonight, we came out and had a great first drive, just being physical, and then we sputtered out with 2 flags on 2 drives that killed us there. But the whole halftime, we preached confidence, and we could move the football, but we had to make a throw at some point, and we made one in the red zone on the 2nd down, threw a touchdown pass, and the rest of it was history in terms of just being able to run the ball and our defense taking away their big play. Midland Valley has a crazy good quarterback, crazy good a running back, a tight end that's really good. And so our biggest thing was don't give them anything big and make them work for everything, and we did that and it worked out.
And you mentioned that just dynamic offense they have. Preston Smith last week, every 3 times he touched the ball, statistically, it was a touchdown against Airport. How'd you guys manage to kind of hold them down to at least keep them out of the end zone? I don't have the stats in front of me. But what does that say about your defensive effort tonight to keep that Midland Valley offense really at bay for much of the football game?
Our defense is really freaking good. Got some really good coaches and some really good players that love the challenge. We tackled well. I think, and that's the one thing I think that was big. Preston's hard to tackle. Jeter's hard to tackle. We tackled well, and we just forced him. And now he made 2 great catches on 1 drive and scored a touchdown because he's that damn good. But regardless of that, we kind of kept it. We kind of just kept that bay a little bit, and we just tackled well, put some pressure on the quarterback, and just really just took away the big stuff. And I felt like if we took away the big stuff, it made them have to go 9, 10, 11 plays that we could win a play or get a flag or have something go our way and set them back. And it happened a few times. They had some 2nd and long and 3rd and longs that helped us.
And one final thing before we let you go, Coach. Obviously, you guys moved to 2-2 in the region, and that's a big deal because now you got the tiebreaker over Midland Valley, and that South Aiken game might loom large down the stretch. But your season's in front of you. I mean, you got 2 big home games coming up against the Lexington 2 schools with Brooklyn Casey and Airport. Take it easy on the Eagles, man. But and then you finish the year with a tough matchup against Great Collegiate, who very well might be the best team in the region just based on what they did in North Augusta a couple weeks ago. Assess where your team is now. Obviously, you guys had a rough start to the year, challenging yourself outside of region play. But you guys are in position where the whole season's in front of you. How do you transmit that message to your team and make sure they continue to stay locked in as we get closer to the end of October?
We celebrate this win, and I can talk about my personal process. We celebrate and we're happy. I go back home and I grade film till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And then, I wake up in the morning and I'm on to the next game. And so that's how our team is going to approach this whole weekend. Be excited. It's a much needed win, but we got to take care of business next week. I've said it all year. We're in control of our own outcomes. We can't be upset if something doesn't go our way. It's our job. It's the ownership that we have. We got to take it 1 game at a time. And BC's that next team that we got to prep for and have our best week of practice. And don't live on this hill of we beat these guys. We got to move. We got to move on, have a great plan, and be ready to play. I like our chances in every game because I love our team, and so I think that we can do some great things. But it's one week at a time.
Coach Oz from the Gilbert Indians, big win tonight down in Midland Valley. Coach, enjoy that bus ride back. I know it's a happy bus ride, and we look forward to seeing what you guys do at home at Gilbert America the next couple weeks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's Coach Oz from Gilbert. The big win tonight over Midland Valley. Again, I got to be careful. I don't think it's shocking because Gilbert's a good football team and a good program, but it is impressive that they were able to contain that offense the way they did. And, you know, for everything that they've been through earlier this year, I'm just looking here, Cale, while Coach was chatting with us. They opened the season in a rivalry game. They lose to Lexington. It wasn't a good game for them. And by the way, that was a game that they started the game, then they had to play the rest of it the next day because they tried to avoid the weather, but then the weather moved in. Then they beat Wilson in overtime. Then they lose by 7 to River Bluff.
Yeah, that was a low-scoring game. I believe Darius Carter had the game-winning touchdown for them. I don't remember with how much time left, but it was tied 7-7, I think, when that happened. And that was kind of just a backbreaker. That was kind of demoralizing for Gilbert. That kind of just sealed the win for the Gators there. And then they went to North Augusta, and, well, we know
North Augusta's really good.
Yeah, I was about to say, we know North Augusta is very, very good. Then they bounced back, had a 30-13 win over Aiken. Then they had a heartbreaker on the road at South Aiken. But then tonight, man, that's a statement win, region win, too.
Mm-hmm.
Huge win. And, you know, you've got Brooklyn Casey, who's not having the best year they've had in recent years.
They're starting to turn it around offensively.
They won yesterday.
They did win yesterday. They were down 19-7 and won 2019.
They beat Aiken 2019, yes. And then they have Airport, and then they're at Gray.
Brooklyn Casey is now 2-5, and they've surrendered 212 points coming into the weekend. After yesterday, again, math on the radio, 231. Sounds right. 231 or 221 points. I've
got a couple score updates here.
Okay.
So wait, hold on. Oh, Gaffney beats Burns 28-16. Big rivalry win there. And then so the score that I had given you earlier in the commercial break, I had told you that it was 56-40. That was actually wrong. It's 56-49, but Northwestern this game hasn't gone final, but it said 56-49 Northwestern in the lead. I'm assuming that game is close to becoming final.
Yeah, it's very close. Very, very close. Let's see here. Silver Bluff beats Keenan 27-8. Silver Bluff 4-4. Silver Bluff going to Swansea next week.
The undefeated Tigers. One of the only teams left we have in the undefeated club, the 16 teams.
By the way, it is game over in Northwestern. Northwestern defeats Chapin, or defeats Fort Mill, pardon me. I was looking at the Chapin score underneath it. Northwestern defeats Fort Mill 56-40. Mark just had a aneurysm thinking that Chapin lost twice tonight.
So it was 56-40?
56-40, the final score. Trojans,
okay, so it said 56-49 in the tweet, so I guess that was wrong.
Trojans moved to 7-1. This is coming from their official Twitter page, by the way.
Okay.
7-1, 4-0 in the region. They get Rock Hill next week at home, but technically they're the road team. And Asia Wilson has secured a third WNBA championship. The Aces win it again.
In a sweep, huh?
In a sweep. Took them 4 games.
Wow.
And she, I would argue, is the
alum right there.
Is the greatest of all time in women's basketball.
Oh,
I don't think you could argue with it.
No, I'm not arguing with it. I just didn't think we were going to talk about it yet.
We're there. By the way, final score, Lucy Beckham took Stratford to the limit, but Stratford wins 29-28.
Oh, man, I would have loved to be at that game. That sounds fun.
That was a wild one, to say the least.
Oh, my goodness.
At last check, Irmo leads River Bluff 56-14.
Okay, we didn't have to talk about it again.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
Andrews gets the win over Woodland tonight. Andrews wins 33-29. Daniel defeats the Devil Dogs of Travelers Rest, a.k.a. the Fighting Ryan McGee's, 53-7. Final score there.
Good
Daniel
gracious.
gets the win. 53 points, isn't as many as others got. By the way, Asia Wilson tonight in the 4th game in the sweep. 31 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks. And they win their 3rd WNBA title in 4 years.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good. There's not much more I can say. That is really good.
And again, does it have Does some of it have to do with the fact that Asia Wilson sat beside me in a class in the SPTE
Here
department?
we go.
Maybe.
So,
I did help her out a little bit on some work.
Okay, so she won these titles because of you.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I haven't said that. I'm
You're
leaving
just
it open
implying
to. I'm leaving it open to interpretation.
So, Asia Wilson, if you are listening to this,
And most certainly she's not. By the way,
if you listen to this later on, yeah, you can reach out to Justin with a big old thank you.
yeah, I'll take a thank you. I'll take some
Some of the WNBA salary.
some stock in the Aces. Whatever you want to do. Caitlin Clark, who?
You're not picky.
Ridgeview defeats Lugoff Elgin, as we mentioned, 26-0. Still amazed by that score with Stratford and Lucy Beckham. What a game to be at. Lucy Beckham, I didn't think they'd win that game. I thought they had an opportunity to keep it close, and impressed that they did made it as close as they did. And we mentioned earlier Greenwood over Greenville, 42-14 in a game that they just ran away with it. By the way, Dutch Fork 41, White Knoll 24. Thanks to Thomas on Twitter for this one. The Silver Foxes scored 21 unanswered points in the fourth quarter to rally from that 24-20 deficit. Quinn Wilson had 3 rushing touchdowns. Jackson Knotts had 3 passing touchdowns. 2 of those were to Stone Furry, and he had 1 rushing touchdown as well. Jais McKeever had 3 rushing touchdowns for White Knoll in the ball game. But Dutch Fork cements themselves, and we have a big-time matchup still on tap at the end of the year. Final score from Kellytown, 34-21, Hartsville over Crestwood. Final score there. And a final score from River Bluff, Irmo 56, River Bluff 14.
Hey,
I read all the finals I can.
You know what? I'm still going to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm proud alum. I'm still going to do it. I'm going to ride or die. Ride or die with my Gators. You won't hear me say that on Saturdays, but you'll hear me say it on Friday.
That's fair. Looking at a few more scores. Stone Furry, by the way, 49-yard catch, set up that 4-yard touchdown run to make it 41-24, and route to scoring 21 unanswered points for the Silver Foxes. Impressive what they did tonight on the road against a White Knoll team that was charged up. They were charged up after that win last week.
I can't believe how much they dominated that fourth quarter, man. That was amazing.
Spartanburg and Dorman has gone final. The game was tied at 30.
Oh, so Spartanburg scored again.
Oh, did they? And then Will Love just nailed one from 52 at the gun. Spartanburg beats Dorman 33-30 in a classic.
Wow.
52-yard field goal from Will Love wins the ball game for the Vikings. Spartanburg moves to 4-3 overall, 3-1 in the region, and suddenly they sit in second place in the region behind Gaffney.
Oh, man. Dude. Oh, man. The football nerd and football fan in me is just coming out right now. That's awesome.
Spartanburg.
52 yards in high school? That's crazy.
52-yarder, and I have the video here. I'm looking at it.
Where can I find this?
Jed Blackwell on Twitter. And it is, he hits it flush. It'd have been good from 57 or 58.
Looking for, okay, here
No
we
doubt
go.
about
I'm
that.
looking at it right now. I'm actually really excited to see this, man. And
of course, Spartanburg did lose to Gaffney back on September 26, 28-21. So Gaffney would hold the tiebreaker in a region tiebreaker situation. However, Gaffney, if they lose 2 other games and Spartanburg wins out, Spartanburg puts themselves in the driver's seat there. So a thing to keep an eye on as they roll along. As we roll along, we'll hit a break. We'll come back on the other side. Start getting you a rundown of every final score we've got next on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Welcome back into the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the Game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here with you on a Friday evening. Final 30 minutes or so of the program. As we get ready, I'm starting to compile our final scores here, taking a look at the scoreboard. I do want to mention, again, Asia Wilson wins another WNBA title. It's the third in 4 years for the Aces. In the 4 games in this finals, because they swept them, here's her stat line in each game. 31-9-4, 34-14-4, 28-14-3, 21-10-5. Probably going to be a finals MVP. This season, it's her 4th WNBA MVP award. It's the most all time. Her 3rd Defensive Player of the Year award. Her 3rd WNBA title in 4 years. 2nd WNBA Finals MVP. She's led the league in so many stats and just topped it with a historic postseason, says Matt Dowell on Twitter. And he mentions what I said earlier. She is firmly in the GOAT conversation at 29 years old, and she might already be the best player ever. Again,
Can't argue with that.
A product of the University of South Carolina, and more specifically, a product of Heathwood Hall, right here in the Columbia area. All right. Now, let's look at some final scores from across the state. Mid-Carolina takes down Columbia tonight, 32-8. Southside Christian, the Sabres beat the Mustangs of Palmetto, 38-10. Hartsville over Crestwood, 34-21. Somerville scores in the fourth quarter. They defeat James Island tonight, 14-9 in Patriot League implications, by the way. So if I just reach down here.
Classic, man. It's a classic.
6-1 James Island, 6-1 Somerville as it stands right now. And Spartanburg moves to 4-3. That game against Dorman had implications. Dorman now 5-2. Patrick Henry falls to Colin Prep 52-12. Greenwood Christian over Thomas Sumter 28-14. You had a note that Jace Williams threw 2 more touchdown passes tonight. So he's now up to 20.
Yes, Jace Williams has 20 total touchdowns as of right now. 1 was rushing, 19 passing, and I don't know how many passing yards he had, but I would assume if he had 2 touchdowns, he had over 1,700 coming into tonight, so I would probably say he's got at least over 1,800 tonight.
That's insane.
I feel like, and this kid's only a junior, transferred in from Lugoff Elgin. This kid's got a bright future, in my opinion.
No doubt about it. Trinity Collegiate falls to Wilson Hall tonight, 35-18. Orangeburg Prep takes down Northside Christian, 28-15. Florence Christian 36, Camden Military 6. Hannah Pamplico shuts out Green Sea Floyd's 48-0. Carvers Bay over Lakeview 32-7. Louisville, the Lions take down Lee Central 61-26. Lamar, the Fighting Tommy Suggs take down Great Falls 41-6 tonight. Still showing halftime between C.A. Johnson and McBee. We'll try to get that one corrected. Ware Shoals shuts out McCormick 48-0. While the Auctioneers of Mullins fall to the Monarchs of Manning 53-20. The Wolverines of East Clarendon and Kingstree, their first region loss 34-0, the final there. The Armada of Atlantic Collegiate defeat Lake City 39-28, while Timberland takes down Academic Magnet 49-21. Andrew Jackson shuts out Chesterfield tonight 65-0 with I think like 24 or 29 guys dressed. The Cyclones of Chester defeat Fairfield Central 29-16. Saluda dispatches of Pillion 51-7. Strom Thurmond shuts out American Leadership Academy 54-0. Clinton hangs 50. They beat Chesney 50-29. The Bruins of Orangeburg Wilkinson 18, Hanahan 12. The Lions of Loris 42. They defeat Waccamaw 42-9. Georgetown shut out tonight. Marlboro County takes that one 34-0. Dillon over Aner 39-11. Silver Bluff takes down Keenan 27-8. Newberry dispatches of Fox Creek 41-14. Newberry off to an 8-0 start, their best start since either 2017 or 2018. The year escapes me. The Centurions of Broome defeat Union County 42-0 tonight. Powdersville, remember I said, hey, Powdersville Christ Church could be the game of the week in the Upstate. Well, it wasn't the game of the week because Spartanburg and Dorman happened, but it's close second. Powdersville over Christ Church 31-28.
That's a good game.
May River 14, Bishop England 7. Final. Bishop England has now lost 2 games in a row.
Ooh. You said the final was what?
14-7.
least they didn't get shut out.
Where's the offense going? Where's it gone?
What happened to the offense we saw in the first 5 weeks of the season?
I don't know. Beaufort takes down Colleton County 14-0. Gilbert over Midland Valley 21-14. Airport falls to Gray Collegiate 62-7. Lancaster defeats Dreers 20-14. AC Flora over Richland Northeast 49-10. Still showing fourth quarter between Greer and Blue Ridge, but that game is over. It's 61-21 Greer. The Bobcats of Seneca take down Berea 48-0. Fort Dorchester gets a win tonight. And I pause because I need to look at my standings.
That's a much needed win for them. They're not having the best year because they usually are a lot better than they are. But who did they beat again?
West Ashley.
That's a region win.
It is a region win. They're now 1-1 in the region. Problem is Ashley Ridge is in their region. They defeated RB Stall tonight 56-12. Stratford over Lucy Beckham 29-28. Final score there. Cane Bay 8, Wando nothing. Berkeley 45-3 winners over Goose Creek. North Myrtle Beach takes down Socastee 30-14. North Myrtle Beach over Socastee 30-14. Myrtle Beach over Conway 56-19. The Panthers of Carolina Forest shut out St. James. The Sharks fall 48-0 tonight. Ridgeview over Lugoff Elgin 26-0. And West Florence takes down Blythewood 21-7. That's what my scoreboard has at the moment. We'll refresh and try to get a few more here if we can. And if we can't, that's okay. That was a pretty thorough rundown of the scoreboard. Willie is on with us now on the phone lines, 803-446-100. Willie, what you got?
Hey, I got a few scores for you. It was Ridgeland over Allendale Fairfax, 30-0. Hardyville over Denmark Olar, 47-24. Also, Blackville Hill over Wagner Sally, 26-6. And, of course, you know about my Orange Brook Woodlands and Bruins, 18-12 winners over Hanahan. And with that win, the Bruins remain perfect on the season, 7-0 overall. But most importantly, 1-0 in region play. We got homecoming next week on a Saturday against North Charleston. One question. What's the word on North Charleston and Oceanside Collegiate?
Oceanside Collegiate winners tonight over North Charleston, Willie, 49-6.
Okay, so we're ahead of the game. So I tell you one thing, they're not going to be nothing to mess with either because this is a 3-team race now with OW, Oceanside Collegiate, and North Charleston. We have Oceanside Collegiate at home at the end of the season, but right now all attention is going to turn to that team at North Charleston High School. So it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be an exciting one.
No doubt about that, Willie. We appreciate you always giving us updates throughout the night. We love it.
Thank you.
Let's look here at a few more scores, if we can find them.
I got one while you're looking.
What you got?
Ridge Spring Minetta wins on the road today over Williston Elko, 25-8. Trojans improved to 3-4. Williston Elko still searching for their first win as they fall to 0-7.
Ooh. Yeah, Williston Elko, the Blue Devils, struggling this season. There's no question about that. Let's see here. Really quick, I'm going to the ALDS now, switching sports. Bottom of the 8th, we're tied at 2 with one away, and the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, is at the dish in a 2-2 ball game with a runner on first.
If it pleases the audience, I'd like to go ahead and give a couple college football scores.
Okay.
If that's allowed. Number 24, South Florida, was down 21-14 in the first half to North Texas. They now lead on the road in the fourth quarter to North Texas, 56-28.
Woo.
Rutgers and Washington in a defensive battle, 10 seconds away from halftime. Rutgers leads 13-7. Colorado State, again, I will never understand these Mountain West games, man. 1-4 Colorado State leads 5-1 Fresno State, 35-14 at halftime. I don't get it. I don't get it. You can never predict what happens in high school football, and you can never predict what happens in college football.
That's exactly right. Well, we can predict this. We've got one more segment to go. We'll wrap up the program when we come back right here on the High School Scoreboard Show on the Game. Welcome back. Final few minutes of the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission on the game. Justin Hall, Cale Wilson here, wrapping up the show for you in the final few minutes. I tell you what, normally our Honda of Columbia Drive of the Week goes to a Midlands team. But I feel like if you hit a 52-yard field goal at the buzzer in a rivalry game, that earns you our Honda of Columbia Drive of the Week, does it not?
I would say it does.
I would feel like it does. Hit that button.
The Drive of the Week, sponsored by Honda of Columbia.
In a back-and-forth ball game between Spartanburg and Dorman. Spartanburg once led that game by two touchdowns. Dorman rallies back. They lead early in the second half. They then take swings back and forth. The game is tied at 30. And then Will Love from 52.
52, man.
Drills one that I think probably would have been good from 57.
This is
Stuff of legends.
This is a kick that you're expected to make on Sundays. And not all college kickers make this. I mean, we've seen some pretty big kicks tonight, Justin. 52-yard, you said 52, right?
52.
52-yarder from 52-yarder kick, 52-yard kick from Will Love. And then Kovac at Lexington made two 49-yarders. I mean, we've seen some pretty good kicks tonight.
Yeah.
We've got some pretty big legs here in the South.
Oh, most certainly. And kickers galore in South Carolina, as tends to be the case. So Spartanburg, our Honda of Columbia Drive of the Week, and again, they take down a team that was leading that region, and now Gaffney sits in sole possession of that region lead at 4-0 in the region. And if you're Spartanburg, you need Gaffney to lose twice if you want to have anything to say about winning a region title. But this season's far from over. There are a lot of great games coming down the stretch here. We've got 3 weeks left in the regular season after tonight, and I am less sure about who the favorites are now than I was when I walked into this studio a little over 4 hours ago. I am more uncertain now than I was before we jumped on air. I am very, very, very confused because
I was about to say confused on. Do tell.
Well, I'm confident about a number of things. I'm confident that Northwestern's maybe the best team in 5A overall. Irmo might have something to say about that. I need to see it from Irmo. I haven't seen Irmo play anybody in their weight class, so to speak, in quite a while. Dutch Fork is still really good. I can tell you that. You leave them openings, they'll take advantage of them, and that's a 21-point comeback, a 21-point unanswered run. The ones I'm confused on would be that region with Gaffney and Dorman and Burns. Still uncertain about Greenwood. They keep proving it to me, but I keep having to second guess it a little bit. They're not going to win the region, but I'm now looking at beyond region championships. I'm looking at who's going to make runs in the playoffs, and some of that's going to have to do with home playoff games versus road playoff games, and how does the bracket shake out. And honestly, your draw is what's going to determine your fate. Obviously, Gilbert over Midland Valley switches how I look at Gilbert over the next couple of weeks. Again, they've got a manageable schedule with the next two games against Brooklyn, Casey, and Airport. Games I believe they should win.
Yeah.
Before they play Gray on the final night of the season.
Coming into tonight, I was honestly expecting them. It would be a moral victory if they just kept it close with Midland Valley. I was not expecting them to pull out the win, but I'm glad they did for them for sure. And I thought they were going to squeak by. I thought they were going to beat Airport. But I didn't know how that Brooklyn-Casey game was going to go. And now, after tonight, I think that Gilbert is definitely going to finish 5-5 unless something crazy happens. I mean, I don't see them beating Gray, but I don't see them struggling with Brooklyn-Casey or Airport.
I don't either. But it changes my takeaway on their season. It changes the way I look at that season, what Coach Oz has been able to do there this season and rallying that group. again, some of your players, look at Newberry. Look at Newberry, continuing to roll now 8-0, setting up what will be a winner wins the region probably in a couple of weeks when Swansea rolls in. That's going to be a fantastic football game. Hartsville with the win over Crestwood, still positioning themselves possibly for a winner-take-all opportunity against South Florence on the road in a couple of weeks as well. So, again,
Another score just went final.
What'd you got?
Northwood Academy blows out Porter-Gaul 34-7.
Okay, so Northwood Academy continues their run in the Low Country, and I was talking to Scott Iceberg from ABC4 down in the Low Country. He mentioned in my conversation with him that Northwood Academy might be the story of the state of the Low Country for certain.
I mean,
and the state.
I remember, I don't know if it was 2 years ago. It was 2 or 3 years ago where they hadn't won a game in years. I don't know if you remember hearing about that.
29 straight losses.
Something like that. And now they're leading 4A Skeeza, and they beat Hammond, who, if you're in Skeeza, that's like the Goliath. Like that's who you want to beat.
Like Dutch Fork.
Yeah, basically. That's the Dutch Fork of Skeeza.
Yeah.
So they look good, man.
They do. They do look really good. And again, there are certain things that I'm standing firm on. I think Clennon's still going to be a bona fide state championship contender. I think Central is as well. Oceanside Collegiate in 3A. 4A is a little murky still for me. I understand South Point, and I get it, and South Florence, but it's still murky because I think they can get got. I think South Point's proven they can get got this year.
I don't know, man. Like their only loss is Huff from North Carolina.
Yes, but their offense still is against quality against competition that's roughly right there with them. It's good, but they're not far away. I'm not looking at their schedule going, yeah, I mean, in the playoffs, I don't think they win by less than 20.
I haven't seen.
And I'm talking about when we get to quarterfinal and semifinal and lower state and upper state.
Well, who do you think competes with them? That's my question.
Well, what's going to happen is
someone's got to score on that defense.
Well, South Florence can.
When was the last time? Wait, yeah, I didn't think about South Florence, man.
South Florence,
I keep forgetting that they're 4A.
South Florence can play.
I keep forgetting that they're 4A. I know, dude, I know they can play. I was at the game against Somerville. I saw that firsthand.
They're good.
I know they can play. I know they're good.
They're good. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So those are two, but then again, I know what happened with South Point and AC Flora a couple weeks ago. I get it. But that could change. Camden's good for a playoff run.
We saw how they performed against Camden last week.
They're always good for a playoff run.
Oh yeah, no, they are. They are.
And how does that offense look in the playoffs under Coach Remp? It always looks good. They always enjoy practicing as you get toward Thanksgiving.
And they've got a nasty defense.
They do, and their big,
only score was a pick 6 against South Point.
They're big up front. They're big up front on both lines of scrimmage. So again, there are a lot of things that still have to be shaken out over the last couple of weeks of the season. I look forward to talking about that each and every Friday night with you guys. Thank y'all so much for your participation on social media and hitting us with these score updates. By the way, we're in the bottom of the ninth, still tied at 2 between Seattle and Detroit. Someone's got to win that ball game, and South Florida's up on North Texas 56-28. Cale, great job, my friend. Elijah Campbell will be back next Friday night, and Cale will be at Irmo and White Knoll. We believe, we got to confirm that next week, but we believe early precincts reporting that's where he'll be. So we look forward to hearing about that game. We'll be back here next Friday night from 7 to 11 on The Game, talking high school football right here on the High School Scoreboard Show presented by Cotman Transmission.